Check 1 2. Check check.
And so we're grateful for that. And
Progress.
Yes, exactly. Of course, as you know, last month we had a WOW Award presentation here, thanks to you as the commissioners, and we were able to celebrate that, and that's been one of the things that the board does and is supposed to be doing, is tasked with. But one of the issues has been really the membership, and more importantly, the qualified membership that is actually required by the statute, which this board has been in existence since I believe 1978, and so but we are lacking the professional expertise for this board, and we would love to see the mission of this board to continue. And so this is the purpose of our communication today.
So, according to your communication, the board should consist of 25 members, and you only have 5. So, shame on us, Commission, that we need to pay more attention and see if we can recruit some people who would be. I know could be a fun board, and it's given the right mix of people. So, I hear you. We all hear you. So let us do a better job. Hopefully, by the first part of the year, we can start nominating some more people to the board.
I would appreciate that, and just in bringing to the attention is also realizing that this may not be the only board that may be struggling, and so we would love to continue to be citywide engagement, and so that we can continue to support the efforts and support you as a commission and also the city as a whole.
And we appreciate all the good work that you do. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank you.
before you move from the mic, good afternoon, and thank you for what you're doing currently.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask if you would, for the room and for the record, we know what the requirements are, but if you could share what you said, expertise or what it is that we should be looking for, and maybe we can tickle some ears that's in the room and get some volunteers.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. I appreciate that. According to the ordinance, there are a specific number of types of professions that is supposed to help staff this board. We are looking for licensed architects, people who are in the realtor business, perhaps even those who are even arborists, as a matter of fact. Anyone that would be within the profession that would know anything about building codes and anything
Well, how about
in
somebody with a
constructing an
sense of
architect.
taste? Because it's all about attractiveness.
And sense of taste as well, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and the board is currently being ran by eager community members and those who of course want to participate in the process. And we are grateful for our appointments, and but we are here to support and stand with the city. Yeah. Thank you very
ears
much.
tickled here? Chris, Ted, no? Yeah. Okay. Tell your commissioner you want to be on the community appearance board.
Mayor, I have a question for Sophia, actually. Is Sophia here?
Sophia, are you here?
She is the, I think, staff liaison. So, and I know that we've been reading this in other boards and committees as well, where, as Matthew said, we're struggling with some of these boards and committees reaching quorum. Have we ever taken a look at all of our boards and committees and maybe done an exercise where we could consolidate maybe there is an overlap in mission statements and enabling legislation? Maybe there's a way that would obviously help alleviate the pressure of getting a quorum with a lot of them. But I'm starting to read this more and more with at least 3, 4, 5 boards and committees that are struggling. Just wondering if we have taken that step in doing an exercise like that.
Sophia Alley from the Office of Strategic Communications. I'm the manager. I have not personally done anything like that, but in speaking to the board and looking at what we communicate out to the public, some of the boards that we could look at is maybe the Arts and Public Places Board and Sustainability and joining those forces. But we have not done anything in looking at it as a whole.
Okay, I just thought maybe there was room for consolidation if there's an overlap in any of the missions. That's
There
all.
could be.
Okay.
I think there is room for that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
Okay. Thank you, Sophia. All right, let us move on to the second communication. This is from the Audit Advisory Board. Is there anybody here from that board? I noticed at the last meeting there were more staff people than there were board members.
Well, typically.
Are we having another crisis there?
No, not necessarily crisis. Good afternoon, everyone. Mayor, Commissioners, Linda Short, Director of Finance. I'm here to speak on behalf of the chairman of the board. We were bringing forth this action initially to seek appointment of a new auditor because of the increased pricing and some inflation factors. They wanted to increase the contract price, and we could not due to how the terms of the old contract was. But they've decided to let the price stay as it is as contracted, so there's no need for this action anymore.
Okay.
Okay?
Never mind.
All right. Good.
Okay,
I'm happy,
thank you.
yes.
All right. Thank you.
No problem.
But are we also missing people? I see there are only 4 people.
Yes, we did have one person drop off the board. Someone from the Vice Mayor Herbst's district dropped off the board at the end of last meeting, so we are missing one person.
Just one person.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank
That's
you.
not so bad. You hear that, Vice Mayor? Okay. Tickle some ears. All right. We're on to business 1, presentation of a proposed living seawall permit fee assistance program. City Manager.
We have Chief Waterway Officer Marco Aguilera presenting.
Marco.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. As I wait for the presentation to load, I am very excited to be bringing this before you guys today. I think it's coming at the appropriate time. As you'll see later on in the presentation, many of other cities in the region are also adopting similar programs. All right, living seawalls. Living seawalls are shoreline protection structures that mimic natural habitats and offer a sustainable and environmentally conscious approach to coastal management by providing more than just a tidal barrier. They're providing habitat enhancement, biodiversity support, and overall water quality improvement, as well as enhanced aesthetic value for communities. Incentivizing living seawalls does a couple of things. It advances 2 FY26 Commission priorities, being advancing infrastructure and resiliency, as well as public enjoyment of waterways. And that would be through improving overall water quality. The proposed initiative establishes an assistance program that would pay the base permit fees for residents or property owners when installing a qualifying living seawall. The established dedicated fund, as proposed at $50,000, would support the program on a first-come, first-served basis. The program would also expedite the permitting process for the installation of the living seawalls and encourage installation of a living seawall by providing a financial incentive that also enhances the environment. As I mentioned earlier, some regional examples. As you can see on the chart, the City of Fort Lauderdale's base permit fees are 1.75% of the job cost value, while other cities in the area that are also looking at implementing this program have higher base permit fees. At North Bay Village at 2%, City of Miami Beach at 1.7 and 1.9, depending whether it's residential or commercial, and Coral Gables, same thing, 2 or 2.5%. As you'll see, City of North Bay Village has adopted a 40% permit fee discount or rebate, and the City of Coral Gables has done 25%. City of Miami Beach doesn't have a number in there because right now they're considering a 50%, but it has not been formally adopted yet. So this assistance criteria, property owners that are wishing to utilize the assistance program would have to meet the following criteria. They'd be planning to install a living seawall for over 50% of the linear length of the seawall. The seawall must be brought to the latest NAVD elevation as required by the city code. And the living seawall must meet the definition that will be established as we move forward through the process. So the program overview, both residential and commercial properties can apply for the program. This is throughout the entire city, not just certain areas of the city. And we will cover 100% of the base permit fee up to the maximum for residential, $3,500, and for commercial property, $7,000. Like I said, this is throughout the entire city, and it's on a first-come, first-served basis. So our next steps in this would be to hopefully implement this in the spring of 2026. What we're looking for today is feedback on the initial funding amount for the program of $50,000, as well as a maximum discount for residential at $3,500 and commercial at $7,000. And we will move forward with stakeholder outreach, going before the Marine Advisory Board, Sustainability Advisory Board for feedback as well, and then coming back to Commission for approval and a resolution to establish the program.
Great. I think this is excellent. Thank you for putting this program together. Anyone have any questions of Marco?
Yeah, Mayor, if I could. This is something I've been working real closely with Marco and stakeholders around our waterways, investing in our waterways. So living seawalls, just as kind of Marco captured, promote marine life, adherence to the seawalls, oysters, fish. It's fantastic. They have a very positive outcome from a pH impact to the waterways, which is phenomenal. And Marco, correct me if I'm wrong, but the city of Fort Lauderdale would be the first city in the state, I don't know, maybe even nationwide, to offer a 100% discount.
That is correct. There is no one that's offering a 100%. And again, just to clarify, it's just the base permit fee. There's other fees that are included in the building permit process from the county, from the state, to different entities. This is just the actual base permit fee that the city charges.
Thanks. So, Mayor, this is, I think, especially recently with Marco on board, from pump out boat, limiting overnight anchorage, living seawalls, planting mangroves, increasing the testing that we're doing with Miami water keepers. It is, I think, in many ways, just a new day of waterway focus in our city. This is an amazing, innovative program. I've gone down to see them be printed. If encourage you all to do that. Is Marco is Maddie with Kind Designs here?
I believe she is.
Mayor, could we have Maddie come up? Do you mind?
Sure.
Just to share a little bit. Maddie, would you mind coming up just to say hi? So Maddie, Mayor, is with Kind Designs, who there are many builders of the living seawalls. This is amazing. They 3D print it in Miami, and Maddie's helping lead that effort. And Maddie, I just want to turn it over to you if there's anything you want to share in addition to.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commission and Vice Mayor. My name is Maddie Rieger. I'm with one of the vendors for a living seawall product, so I could answer any technical information about it. But what a living seawall provides is the same structural defense as a traditional concrete seawall, but with added additional wave reflection and dissipation. So you're getting that reduction in flooding and overtopping, but then you also get it turned into an entire marine ecosystem. The material is pH neutral for living seawalls, so it's not leaching chemicals that are harmful into the waterways, which is better for our waters. And then additionally, you see oyster growth, fish, marine life flourishing around it because of the macro and micro habitat that a living seawall creates. So compared to a flat wall, you wouldn't see the same habitat creation, same water filtering capacity, or same wave reflection that you get with a living seawall.
Yeah, thanks, Maddie. Appreciate it. And Marco, I think we have one seawall going in near Cox Landing.
That is correct.
Right?
From October 23 to October of 25, there was 176 seawall permits issued in the city of Fort Lauderdale. One was a living seawall, and it's the only one in the city currently. There's a handful that are in the works, both either through the city or through private properties, residential properties. But increasing that number would be very significant in the overall water quality of our city. FIU just recently published a study that they did where they studied a handful of living seawalls in Miami-Dade County, as well as the only one here in Fort Lauderdale. They were able to document a increase in the amount of overall fish species, algae, and even witnessed the establishment of some colonies of octocoral, which is a soft coral, which is an indicator for future growth of hard corals.
Thanks. And Church by the Sea Mayor is also working on this and is going to be installing a living seawall at Church by the Sea for, hundreds of linear feet, which is very exciting. And lastly, and I'll turn it back over to you, but, I view the innovation, the entrepreneurial spirit we can have in the city this is a great example of it. And starting at 50,000 or something like that allows for us to innovate and try. And my hope is the demand is much more than that, but this is an amazing starting point. Thanks.
I have a question. Understanding that suggested that we're starting with the 50,000. When you look at the opportunity for residents versus commercial, you're looking at if it's all residential, you're talking about 7, and if it's all residential, we're looking at 14. Is there a way to balance out a little bit more the first come, first serve? Because we have if it's not balanced, I want to see more of a balanced opportunity for those who are applying for this. So it's not just maybe first come serve is all commercial, if you follow what I'm saying.
So the average seawall installation overall would be about $100,000, which would put the base permit fee at about $1,750.
Okay.
Which, if we did all residential, we'd be able to install 28
Okay.
with some left over in the fund. So going from 1 living seawall to 28 would be. I will personally buy fireworks and provide them for the city, but it all just depends. It's a program that'll be citywide. So
Yes.
residents along the North Fork, residents along the South Fork, residents along Las Olas. We have to make it available to everyone.
Understood.
All of our waterways are connected. If we improve the waterway quality in one section of the city, it will eventually leach over to other sections of the city as well. So.
Commissioner Beasley Pittman,
Yes.
just want to clarify, were you inquiring about whether we could identify a portion of the funds to be solely for residential applicants versus commercial applicants?
More of a balance, because when I hear first come, first serve, that means whoever comes in first, they're going to utilize the funds. So if there's an opportunity where we are identifying or capping for residents, I think that would also be a better opportunity. That's my call on this.
So I think that we could earmark a portion of the funding for each category, and then if we saw activity that led us to believe that maybe we were seeing more interest from one category over another, maybe we could pivot at that point and make funds available to the other category.
Okay. All right. Because we've all, I believe I'm speaking maybe out of turn, but I believe all of us as commissioners have gotten the phone calls about seawalls and the cost of them. And this is a great opportunity to do an alternative option. And I believe those who are really trying to move forward, they're going to take advantage of this. So, Marco, get ready for your fireworks. Make that account available.
It's on the record.
It's on the record.
Yeah, and I see this as a pilot program anyway,
Yes.
and I anticipate in years ahead we would want to increase the availability of funds because this should be a priority of the city anyway. We've talked about this not just from a seawall perspective, but also from a dumping perspective. We have to capture pollution from as many places as we can. So the waterways are the lifeblood of the city of Fort Lauderdale. We have to do whatever we can to try to protect it. Anybody else on the commission have any questions?
I do, Mayor. So, Marco, again, thank you for everything that you've done in a relatively short period of time. You've really gotten your feet wet.
It's been my pleasure.
No good? Okay. Sorry, Marco. Sorry. It's okay. But I am serious. Thank you for everything you've done in a relatively short period of time. I just want to make sure so that this is as transparent as possible when this program is announced to the community, that we actually have a definition of what a living seawall is so that, all residents, all commercial properties, all companies that are doing this work are all playing on an even playing field. And we make sure that we understand exactly what needs to be in a living seawall. Is there something in the industry that is a standard definition of that?
When we come back for the approval of the resolution, we can definitely have that prepared for you. That would be the plan, is to have the entire program laid out so that people are well understanding in advance of what the criteria is, what needs to be there to qualify. So I would defer to Maddie if there's a standard definition of seawall, but we will be defining it and we will make it publicly known as to what the criteria is to qualify for the program.
Excellent. I think that would be really helpful, especially up front, so everyone knows right off the bat exactly what's expected.
Absolutely.
Well, to that point, are there standardized designs? Like you can, because Maddie's company manufactures them, are there certain basic designs from which one could choose?
There is other organizations besides Kind Designs that do manufacture seawalls.
Okay.
My understanding of the 3D printing technology is that they can pretty much print anything, any shape, any design that you're interested in. The common one is the mangrove roots, just trying to mimic what naturally would be occurring at that area anyway.
And that's what we try. That's what we'd want to do. One that would be the most effective in what we're trying to accomplish. Just having something decorative is not going to be sufficient. We want something that's going to be productive.
Right.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes. Oh, please go ahead.
So, thank you. I think the concept of what we're looking to do here makes a lot of sense. I've been supportive of this ever since we first started talking about it. What I'm not supportive of, though, is the funding for this. So, most of these seawalls represent probably the wealthiest folks that we have in the city of Fort Lauderdale. These are the people that need financial assistance the least. There's a lot of people who have come to the city commission through the years asking for fee waivers, permit assistance, and things like that, and we have consistently turned them all away. I don't think this is an appropriate use of our dollars. I don't believe in subsidizing folks who have the financial ability. If you were going to means test this, I could be more supportive of it, but we're not. I think one of the numbers that was just thrown out is it's $100,000 to do a seawall. I don't think $1,700 more or less for the permit is going to change anybody's mind as to whether they do the living seawall or not. So again, I support the program. I don't support the financial contribution. These are not folks that need government welfare. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Marco.
Thank you.
So, Mayor and Raquel, do you have what you need to move forward with this?
I think it sounds like we have consensus to come back to the commission with a resolution to establish the program and a budget amendment to fund it.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, now moving on to business 2. This is regarding the Holiday Park parking update presentation of the unsolicited proposals and the evaluation findings. We have a number of people signed up to speak. The three entities that have submitted unsolicited proposals. But before we do that, Michael Dennis, first Mr. Rogers, of course, but then I believe Michael Dennis, our consultant, has asked to speak. And I was thinking that we'd give like 20 minutes to each proponent and let them give us the details of their proposals, and then we can have conversations after that. So, Mr. Rogers.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commission. Ben Rogers, Assistant City Manager. As you indicated, we're going to be going over the Holiday Park parking update, which is a review of the unsolicited proposals that we received. We're going to start off the discussion with just some project history, which I'll lead about Holiday Park and some of the developments that have occurred over the recent years. We'll turn it over to PFM, who's our city's financial consultant, who did an analysis of the unsolicited proposals. I'll return to the podium to do a quick overview on some other considerations, the cost if we would move forward to the fire station, parking considerations if we would operate the garage. Then we'll be turning it over to the proposers to do their presentations. Mayor, you indicated 20 minutes. We do have a secondary room secured if you want to do what we did for City Hall, where we asked the other proposers to leave. We can facilitate that. And then we'll come back to the commission for public comment and discussion. We did go ahead and prepare an evening item similar to City Hall, where the City Commission could deliberate and rank the proposers if it so chooses.
Okay. Anyone have any questions of Mr. Rogers?
I do. So I understand there's been some changes to the analysis. Would you talk a little bit about that, please?
Yes.
Like
So
last minute updates, which, by the way, I hate. So I just want you all to know, staff particularly, emails on a Monday before a commission meeting are unacceptable. That's just, it's unprofessional, it's unacceptable. I don't read all of my emails on a Monday. I'm busy with meetings and other things like that. So to expect me to be able to be monitoring 100 emails that come in so that I can see last minute updates, not going to happen. So I just want to get that clear. So please explain what's changed.
Understood, and apologies for that. So after we published the materials, one of the proposers, Park Place Garages, reached out and identified two inaccuracies that they believe that city staff had in the presentation. The first one was that in the executive summary slide, it identified all the team members from each development team, and on that slide we omitted Garfield Public-Private, who was one of their lead developers. We did reference them in the appendix of the presentation, but they were not on the executive summary slide with the other team members. The second thing that they brought to our attention was that when you look at the overall cost of the project and the cost per space, the numbers that were in their proposal and the numbers that we reflected in the presentation were solely inclusive of the parking garage and not the surface lot. And so they asked if we would reconsider the materials that we published and include the additional 300 spaces and the cost for the surface lot to get to identify the lower cost per space. After we reviewed it, we felt that the numbers that we originally published were accurate based off of the proposal contents. So we did not make any additional changes to our analysis or our presentation, but we wanted to make the commission aware that they identified that their proposal did not number in it, which then skewed the overall cost per space.
Do any of the proposals have the cost of the additional surface lot included in their proposal?
Yes.
All right. So we'll hear from each of them today.
Yes. So if we take a turn back in time, Holiday Park has changed significantly over the recent past to the development of the revitalization of the Parker Playhouse, the Iceplex and War Memorial Project, the upcoming YMCA, Jimmy Everett Tennis Center. All of these items have been...
And the children's playground, let's not forget that.
And the children's playground coming soon.
Thank you.
Have created, a spark and a demand. And with that, we, looked at constructing a parking garage or parking facilities to help support these venues. This has been in the conversation for a number of years. There was some funding originally in the Parks Bond process that had a very small garage as part of it. But really, there's a need to accommodate the vehicles that this park is generating. So in the recent history, the city staff moved forward with doing a design criteria package for a garage and surface lot. This process did some stakeholder outreach, some public meetings, some site analysis, and it came up with two concepts for city staff consideration. We presented that to the commission in January of this year. You can see the four options that were up there, two options, one with office space, one without office space. And at that time, we were asked to select one of them so that the design criteria package could move forward to completion. The feedback the City Commission gave us at that point was to hold off on the garage elements and really prioritize the surface parking lots, given the condition of them and the utilization that the Iceplex and the War Memorial has.
Well, the other reason was because you had indicated it was going to take 4 years to build the parking garage, and we wanted some sort of parking there. In speaking with these folks directly, their timetable is a lot shorter, so it might impact what decision we make today.
Absolutely, and I think that would be one of the questions to hone in on to the development teams, is to understand what their timelines look like and their approach to work.
Okay.
So at that point, earlier this year, we shifted our approach from a design criteria package to a design effort where we're going to just focus on the surface lot. In March, we did receive an unsolicited proposal, which then sparked interest from another proposer, and we received two unsolicited proposals by the end of May. We brought that forth to the City Commission, had a discussion, at which time the City Commission asked that we go have additional conversations with each of the proposers to make sure we fully understood what they were presenting. We met with them in early June. We came back to the Commission at the end of June, of which the City Commission accepted both proposals and created a 45-day competition period. After the advertising requirement on July 8th, the competition period started, and it concluded on August 22nd. During that period of time, we received a third unsolicited proposal, and we also received a revised proposal from one of the original proposers. During that period of time as well, we terminated our design criteria package agreement. We initiated the design task order for the surface lot. We're about 90% done right now, and we expect to have the 100% design for the surface lot in early 2026. For your reference, this is what the layout of the surface lot looks like. It's approximately 300 spaces. It centralizes the entry and exit points. It creates pedestrian safety improvements with raised crosswalks. We wanted to be considerate of the neighborhood and some of the feedback we heard. So you can see there's extensive setbacks here, both to the east-west and to the north-south. And we incorporated a walking trail, some fitness equipment, and other park-like amenities that would go in that green space surrounding the parking lot. This area has seen significant flooding in the past, so there's a drainage plan included in the design, lighting, and then landscaping to try to blend the lot into the park environment. You can see here on some of the medians, they're almost 20 feet wide, and that's so we can increase the landscaping and the canopy of the parking lot, and again, try to blend this element into the park. So as I mentioned, we had all two of those proposals in June. We did a preliminary overview, and this is kind of the summary of where we were at that point before the City Commission identified and accepted the proposals. And I'm going to ask Michael Dennis to come up from PFM at this time. PFM has been onboarded to do the full analysis and comparative models of the three proposals. They're going to share their findings with you on that, and then we'll come back up and conclude the staff presentation.
Okay, thank you so much.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you, Ben. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission. Michael Dennis with PFM.
So talk to us about the sexy issue of parking garages.
I would be happy to.
Okay.
So we're going to go over an overview of the unsolicited proposals that Mr. Rogers had just mentioned, and then we have a summary recap of proposals, and then we have the appendix that he referenced for reference. So as all of you know, the City of Fort Lauderdale, in advancing its efforts for the long-term parking needs at Holiday Park, aiming to support recreational, residential, and community growth in the surrounding area, went through a process and received two unsolicited proposals by June 30th, 2025. And on July 24th, 2025, a third proposal was received. It's important to note, it's our understanding that the city is responsible for providing 600 parking spaces for the parker. And with that, the city has asked PFM to provide proposal review services associated with the review and summary of the unsolicited proposals. So here we just have a diagram for each of the development teams that have proposed G3 development, Holiday Park Parking Partners, and Park Place Garages. And as Mr. Rogers mentioned, for Park Place Garages, omitted here is Garfield Public Private. So they're the developer or lead developer for Park Place Garages, and their icon should be included here, or their logo. This slide just provides some examples of relevant experience from each of the development teams. Each of their proposals provide numerous examples showing that or showcasing their ability to deliver on this project for a parking garage. So we just took a few from each member of the development team here. Jumping into the development options. So each firm had provided multiple development options with varying degrees of size, sophistication, and cost, including a few optional design features, which we'll touch on below. Also very important to note that all three firms have noted a strong willingness to work with the city. While they provided each of their options here, they did indicate a willingness to adjust that as needed. So for G3 development, we have the standalone parking garage, which would be 4 stories and approximately 1,000 parking spaces. And then they had the option for an integrated fire station, which is approximately 10,000 square feet. And then the surface lot, which would provide 300 parking spaces. Holiday Park Parking Partners, the standalone parking garage, their proposal indicates a 5-story parking garage with 600 spaces with the option to increase that up to 1,000 spaces. And then
How does that happen?
I think the financials and the cost that they provided in their proposal are based on the 600 parking spaces, and they indicated with the space that they have there, they can increase that to 1,000 spaces as needed.
But how do you come up with 400 spaces in five stories that are designed for 600 spaces?
I think that'd be a tweak in the development of the garage, and we would ask the team to describe that when they give their presentation on the garage.
Okay, all right.
And then they also have the surface lot option, which would be the 300 spaces. And the optional design feature that they included in their proposal is a vertiport on top of the parking garage. For Park Place garages, their standalone parking garage, they proposed a 5-story garage with 985 parking spaces and also an integrated fire station of 10,000 square feet. The optional feature that they had proposed was a solar array on top of the parking garage to offset the energy needs of the parking garage in its entirety. Here, jumping in a little bit to the financing structure, all firms propose the issuance of tax-exempt bonds over 30 to 35 years to finance the associated costs. Holiday Parking Partners also included a taxable component to finance working capital. So we provided a table here just to look amongst the different options between the proposers. Looking for the standalone parking garage as financed for G3 development would be roughly $25.9 million. Holiday Park Parking Partners, approximately $33.5 million. And Park Place Garages, $40.5 million. Then we have the cost to include the fire station for each G3 development and Park Place Garages, which adds approximately $10 million to the cost. For Holiday Park Parking Partners, they included that vertiport on top of the parking garage, and they note that with the inclusion of the vertiport, they would actually pay a lease payment to the city in order to utilize that space on top of the garage.
Would there be a capital expense associated with that construction of the top?
There would be, yes.
And that's included in their price?
It is, yes.
Okay.
And the solar array for Parking Place Garages be approximately $2.6 million. And again, it's noted that that's expected to pay for itself through the cost savings over the lifetime. And then we also included the surface lot. I know you had asked a question about the cost specifically for the surface lot, and G3 Development provided a cost associated with that of approximately $2.2 million. Holiday Park Parking Partners, they mentioned that the cost was combined with the standalone garage above, so it wasn't parsed out between the two. And then Park Place Garages, as Mr. Rogers had mentioned in the letter to commission ahead of this presentation, that the 300 spaces associated with the surface lot would be included. It's important to note that the city would reserve the right to operate and maintain the facility, or the lessor or development team may procure an operator for the duration of the project. And the general structure here would be for the city to issue debt to finance the project. The respective development team would deliver the project, and then full ownership would transfer to the city at project completion or the maturity of the debt. And now jumping into the design costs based on the total financing costs, and we did an apples-to-apples comparison just by taking the cost to finance the garage by the number of spaces that'd be provided or square foot for the fire station. So for G3 development, that cost per space would be approximately $25,900. Holiday Park Parking Partners, approximately $37,000 per space. And it's important to note that that figure is inclusive of the 300 surface lots. And then Park Place Garages, $41,000 per space. And also mention that that's inclusive of the 300 surface lots, or surface spaces, excuse me. For G3 development and Park Place Garages, we have approximately $990 per square foot for the fire station and $970 per square foot. And then down below, we provide the surface lot cost per space for G3, which is approximately $7,300 per space. And for Holiday Park Parking Partners and Park Place Garages, those costs are inclusive of the figures above. And then just down at the bottom, we just provided the total cost of the standalone garage, and then also the total cost with the optional features plus the surface lot.
In G3 development, does the optional features include the fire station?
It does, yes.
So the $38 million includes the cost of the standalone fire station.
Correct, yes.
All
And I
right.
believe that the fire station would be integrated into the parking garage. But yes, those costs are included there.
In G3.
Yes.
But how about, and they don't seem to be included, excuse me, Park Place also identifies a fire station, so that's also included in their $52 million price?
That's correct.
Okay. But, but Holiday Park does not address the fire station?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So I don't understand that, because from all my conversations with Holiday Park, there's always been a fire station. So where'd it go?
We,
Is
in
your mic
review of
on?
the three
Yeah.
proposals we had for G3 development and Park Place garages included the integrated fire station in their proposal.
Right.
We did not see one for Holiday Park Parking Partners.
I saw it in their drawings.
It's in the drawings. It's been every
Okay.
conversation
All
I've
right, we'll
had
let
with
them-
them. So how is it not?
We'll let them, when they come up, we can
That,
ask that
if that's the
question.
case, that may be our oversight then that
When they
wasn't.
come up, John, we can ask them.
Okay. I'm just wondering why it's not in PFM's analysis,
Yeah,
because again,
I-
my concern is about the analysis and making sure the analysis is comprehensive. And if the analysis doesn't include an evaluation of the fire component, then I'm a little curious.
All right, well, I agree. We'll get to that.
Okay.
Please continue.
And then on this slide here, we just have to make reference. In our conversations with each of the development teams, we asked each firm to provide references or letters of capitalization or their ability to deliver on the project. The important takeaway from this slide is that in our review, we do think that all firms have a proven ability to deliver on the project. Then in summary, here for each of the development teams, we've just recapped everything from the following slides just so it's in one place here. For G3 development, the 4-level garage, which would be 1,000 spaces in the 300 space surface lot, which would include an integrated fire station. Holiday Park Parking Partners, a 5-level garage, 600 spaces with the option for up to 1,000 and a 300 space surface lot. And it includes that vertiport on top of the parking garage. And then Park Place garages, the 5-level garage, 985 spaces, and that includes the fire station and the solar array that's on top of the garage. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and then we just have our appendix at the end for reference for all the information included in this presentation.
That's the fine print?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone have any questions at this time, or should we wait till the presenters make their presentation?
Could you just go back one slide? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Thank you. And I will have more questions with each presenter that they come forward, and then hopefully you'll still be here and we'll be able to ask you some questions about that.
Sure.
On this recap of proposals, so I just want to make sure, because you have the 300-car lot included for G3 and Holiday Park, not for Park Place?
Correct. And it's our understanding that the Park Place garages, that they've indicated that the 300 space surface lot is included in their figures here. But at the time when we presented this or prepared this, we did not include that.
Okay.
So it is, though?
That's our understanding.
Okay, and we'll hear that from the presenter also. You can ask that question.
And only one other question at this time. So
Sure.
when we went through this exercise with City Hall, it was strongly recommended in your report that we let the developer handle operations and maintenance. Not so here. Why? Why the difference? Why not that recommendation?
I think similar to City Hall and in discussion with Sergio Masvidal, who presented on the City Hall project, I think ultimately we feel the same as we do with City Hall, and that it would be up to the city and how they would like to move forward with either operating the garage or outsourcing that to another party.
But I think you landed on actually going with the developer taking care of the operations and maintenance, so that was not our risk or our responsibility for those 30 years. I might be wrong, but I seem to remember that was the case. That was the recommendation. But again, I'm not seeing that as a recommendation here, and I was just wondering why the difference.
Yeah, I think here we're agnostic, whether one way or the other. I think that's up to the city and their preference of what they prefer to do. I don't know that we necessarily have a recommendation to go one way or another.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, great, thank you. Mr. Rogers.
Commissioner Glassman, to respond to your last question, I think the two projects are substantially different on the long-term maintenance of the city hall, all the components, the mechanisms to keep that operating compared to an exterior garage structure. And we have a parking department who maintains other parking structures, so I feel like we're more well-suited to operate and maintain the parking garage. Also understanding that if there's going to be revenues generated, if there's going to be a balance of demand uses in the park, also to have the flexibility to have rates or operation that mirrors what the park expectations are, the park schedules are, I think it's in our best interest that we would retain the operating and maintenance for the garage.
Okay, thank you for that.
So to conclude the presentation, we're going to go through a couple of considerations. You know, these proposals are not apples to apples. Each of the proposers had different visions and different views of what this project could look and feel like. We wanted to make sure the commission has some background information, not necessarily directly related to the proposal contents, but just the city overall approach. So if the city commission would want to include a fire station consideration as part of this project, there's operating costs behind it, there's staffing costs behind it, and there's outfitting costs behind it. And so these charts here really just provide information to the city commission on if you go with a full fire station versus if you went with an EMS station, what those cost differentials are, what the future year budgets may be impacted on, and how that would look or feel from a financial standpoint. There's not a right or wrong answer at this point. Just want to provide the City Commission with information so they understand that if they would choose a full fire station, that might have more financial obligations long-term on the operating maintenance than an EMS or not including a fire station at all.
I'd like to hear from the fire chief before we have
call,
that conversation.
I was going to call him up.
Yeah.
Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ben, oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to call him up.
No, but I wanted to, is it okay to ask Ben a question now about that?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Thanks, Ben. So I'm looking at page 12 on Exhibit 1, the garage and fire stations delivery method recommendation. Help me understand why the city's report, the presentation rather, says does not include the full build-out of the fire station. Why would it benefit the city and the fire department to not have the developer complete the entire construction of this fire station? I'm concerned about delays. I'm concerned about potential warranty issues. Who's responsible? So help me understand why we think it's better to not include that and let one person just knock it out.
I think there's a couple different reasons. I think timing's one of them. I think when we approached this and when there was a lot of buzz around this project, there's a lot of density going on in the area. There's a lot of projects that were full steam ahead. Some of those have not been as quick to deliver. I think that we have seen kind of some I don't want to say stall, but some softness in the delivery of these projects. I think that the cost and understanding the operating impacts, the SAFER grant impacts that are coming in a couple of years, it's a much larger picture than just the cost to build it. And so I think our approach at this point is to get the structure in place, get the square footage requirements, get it stubbed up, and then make that determination as the city continues to grow and evolve and see how the service delivery and if there's a need to deliver a full station, an EMS station, or to continue to operate until that need's there. There's also financial considerations with the fire fees and when those come on based off of delivery of projects. And so there's a bunch of different elements. So at this point, our approach, knowing this is going to be a long-term project to get delivered, was to start off and get the shell in place and get the project going.
Okay, I mean, with all due respect, I'm just going to disagree on that. I think that it would cause delays, and I think it would just get messy. I actually think that we should just complete the entire station. We should assess what it is we need, and we know what the future is going to bring. We know what the response times are in that area. They're not good. And we know what we're projecting to see in terms of increased population in that area. I just think maybe we need to just reconsider that and look at let them knock the whole thing out. I just think
we
it's
could
simple.
talk about that.
We can. I'm just.
All right, I understand.
Thank you.
I would agree with Commissioner Glassman on this. We've been behind the curve with our fire station construction bond program going back to 2003. Let's for once try and get in front of it, and build the station where we know the residents are going to be. Because if it's not today, Searstown may be on pause, but that doesn't mean it's not going to get built. So it would behoove us to actually build a fire station where the residents are going to be and not wait till after the fact. I think Commissioner Glassman's on the right track there, and I think we just figure out what kind of a station we need, whether it's an EMS substation or whether it's a full station, but we move forward and get it done while we're mobilized, while we're under construction, while we have a team in the field, finish it.
Understood, and that's the feedback that we're looking for staff, and if we move forward with this project, understanding what you want to see in this project, and how we can deliver it on your behalf. I will also remind the Commission that Fire Station 117, which is the Heron Garage, that's just a few blocks off of Las Olas, they've submitted their permitting documents, and so that process is still moving forward. We're probably 24 to 30 months before that station opens, but it is moving through the process. We had some conflicts with some underground utilities that have been resolved, and the construction docs are now submitted.
Just to add to what ACM Rogers mentioned earlier, I mean, one of the considerations that we definitely have is for fiscal year 2027. As you know, there are a lot of conversations right now in the legislature, and our budget going forward may be impacted by certain decisions this cycle. And so we want to make sure that whatever we implement, whether it is the full build out of a fire station or an EMS station, that we have eyes wide open on the operational costs that will come and when they might come. And so I think as part of the conversation, it's not just the build out, but it's how we plan to operate. And in 2027, we're looking at $7 million if we go the full fire station route.
$7 million a year to operate a fire station?
$7.2 million in year one.
And that's what it costs now to operate each of our fire stations?
Based on what we're projecting to have at this site, or we have the potential to have, we've estimated about $7.2 million.
But I think that's the point about figuring out what we're going to have there, because if we're going to have a station downtown, we may not need another full fire station at this location. We may simply need an EMS substation to handle, the calls that we're going to get from Flagler Village. So again, that's why I kind of want to hear from the fire chief as to what he's projecting the need is going to be.
Yeah, I think we're putting the cart before the horse right now. I understand.
I just think it's timely. We're in the middle of the conversation.
No.
Mayor. I want to hear what we're talking about before we discuss with the
That's
the
exactly what
potential-
I'm saying.
Okay.
We're putting the cart before the horse. Let's before we start making decisions about the nature of the fire station or the EMS station or whatever should go there or not go there, we obviously need to have the fire chief come up here and talk. But we're speculating now on all these different options when we should be just relying on the expertise of the fire chief. But I think we should first let Ben finish his presentation, and then we can get to that one person at a time. So instead of jumping ahead to that conversation, let's let Ben finish his discussion regarding the actual parking garage, then we can get to the fire chief.
Understood. Thank you. And my last note on this slide is there could be a hybrid situation where you construct, a larger footprint, but you only operate an EMS station on it, so that way you have room for future growth.
We'll get to that.
I've always dreamed of being a fire chief.
Okay, thank you.
On the parking fund side, that is the majority funding source for this project, is to implement this garage as part of the parking fund. We wanted to make sure that the City Commission had awareness of the parking fund's health and current status. There is about $28 million in annual revenues, 24 in operating expenses. We do not take general fund to the parking fund. It is self-sustaining by the revenues that it generates. And a couple of examples of recent major projects that has been invested with this fund is the City Hall parking garage structural improvements. We're getting ready to bring back a potential award for the federal courthouse garage construction. Las Olas garage facade lighting, and then there's been substantial investments in the parking technology that's out there. The snapshot here just shows the trend or the Stantec sustainability model. There's one thing to note here, that this was based off of the plan or the projection, but at the end of 2025, we beat these numbers by $2 million. So if you extrapolate that across the lines, it seems like a very healthy fund at this point.
Okay.
So Ben, just interesting about that, because I know when we did the Las Olas garage, at that point, we were upside down on the parking fund. There was not sufficient revenue in the parking fund or existing fund balance in order to be able to do that. And part of the reason that we use CRA money, I think it was what, $13 million towards Los Olas Garage at the marina?
Yeah, there was CRA money, and there was a thought, I believe, to do some financing for it. But at the end, we did change the parking rates. I want to say in 2019 that generated enough revenue that we actually made a lump sum payment of parking fund towards the Los Olas Garage.
Right. And so at this point, you believe that the parking enterprise fund is sufficiently stable and capitalized enough to be able to sustain the debt service on whatever it is this is going to cost us.
I think that's a perfect segue to the next slide, which is I think it is in a healthy position, and I think it can fund this garage. But I do think that if we operate this garage and maintain this garage, we need to have some revenue sources coming in to help supplement those or offset those costs. It might not be a break even in it, but I think that we do need to have some revenue generation from this garage. And so I think that's one of the considerations that if we move forward with this project that the commission would have to give at some point on how we cover the debt service, if it's a parking system pledge or if there's some revenue generation coming from that specific garage. There are different opportunities between hourly rates. We could create custom rules for resident parking and the resident experience. We could create special event rates and then monthly permits for those who are frequently going to the Iceplex or going to one of the venues. For recommendations, the surface lot delivery, I think the goal here was to expedite this and get this thing delivered as soon as possible. So what we would look forward to doing is working with a selected developer to implement our current design. As part of our June discussions with them, all of them were willing to take a plan set that we finalize and hand it over, and they would construct it on our behalf. So that would just be getting a cost for them to deliver it and then making a payment plan or a one-time payment for that delivery method to happen.
So let me interrupt you for a second. It was suggested to me that we're looking at approximately 300 space parking site, but right now it can accommodate a lot more than 300. And if we start construction on a new parking garage, we're now eliminating a lot of surface parking. And if we do the construction on the south side, we're eliminating more parking, so that now we're down to very little parking for a period of time during the process of getting these new structures built. Would it make sense to not do the surface parking until we have the parking garage done? Because we may have as many as 500 to 600 parking spaces now on the south side that we're now going to be eliminating several hundred during this process. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that's a good observation. I mean, when you develop the parking lot, you got to meet the standards, which comes with certain minimum requirements and landscaping requirements, those type of things. I think it's just a matter of order of operation. We heard from the commission a year ago that said, let's get the surface lot done. The conditions out there are substandard. We've dealt with it for a long period of time, and we just want to resolve that issue.
Right.
But you are 100% correct, Mayor, that the Parker Playhouse site, when that goes under construction, that parking goes away. It's also the YMCA parking, which was the overflow area, will be under construction as well. So it might be something that we have to look outside the park and try to figure out a nearby lot that we can shuttle to. It could be that we work with the War Memorial or the Panthers to see if they have some areas within their leasehold that we could free up. I think there's opportunities out there, but I would defer that back to the City Commission on the preference of the delivery.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, can I add to that? Because I've never understood the point of the surface lot. When we first started talking about this when we did the Parks Bond, the idea of going vertical was to return the green space for recreational use. It was not to build surface parking lots out there on the grass. And so I've never quite gotten the understanding as to why we would be building a surface lot when we're building a multi-level parking garage at the same time. If we need another couple of spaces, isn't it just easier to go up one more floor? I mean, what am I missing? It seems fairly straightforward to me that we don't need surface lots. And I know there was a conversation about a surface lot because there were some folks that were, walking around in the mud. But candidly, folks have been walking around in the mud to go to Parker for the better part of 20 years now. I think they can probably wait another year or two till we get the garage done.
I think it had to do with the convenience of people wanting to go to the Iceplex and being able to park across the street. It also was more convenient for the people in the tennis courts because the tennis courts do not have sufficient parking there. So the idea of having additional parking in the traditional area that we're now speaking of, the south side of the street, is, I think, was part of the incentive to want to continue to have surface parking there. You know, if you add another floor, another 2 floors, whatever, to the actual structure, I'm not sure I think there's a point of diminishing returns in terms of people accessing those extra floors, because people do like the convenience of having it across the street. Though that area for the surface parking, John, has never been programmed for anything other than parking. We've never had a conversation. I guess we could still have that conversation to see if we want to reprogram it for recreational use as opposed to parking. But since we're not making any decisions right now, why don't we just continue with your presentation, and we can have that conversation again at another time. So please.
I'm just a big fan of open green space. I think passive space is just as important as active space in parks. You know, places where people can just run around and play, where children can throw frisbees, I think is just as valuable as fields and tennis courts and swimming pools and pickleball and everything else that we do. Activated spaces are great, but I just think open fields for people to run around and play, I think, are just as valuable as a recreational environment and experience.
But Vice Mayor, I just want to make sure we're talking about the same location. Are you talking about what's on the screen in front of us, which is right now is those gravelly parking lots?
Right. I thought the whole idea was that was going to be restored and returned to when we first started talking about this back in the early days of the parks bond program. The idea that I remember at the time is that we were going to restore that area and basically return it back to the public use, get the cards off of it, and make it green space again, make it grass and utilize. Unless my recollection of our conversations back in the day is imperfect.
I just don't remember that. I remember that conversation for the areas, east of the park where we're talking about the garage. But I never remember that conversation for this particular area, which is just those gravelly lots that are a mess. But because I don't think
I agree. Yeah, they need to be redone. They certainly need to be restored. But I always thought that was the plan.
I don't recall that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right, keep going.
So back to slide 12, as Commissioner Glassman identified, that we would do the fire station shell and the parking garage, the parking fund, 1,000 spaces, future build out of the fire station or EMS station based off of commission direction. Again, we would retain the operating and maintenance responsibilities for the garage. As I indicated earlier, we have a parking department that does this at numerous locations across the city. We would be interested in revenue-generating opportunities. And should the commission move forward with a developer who wants to put ancillary things in here, we could structure a deal where they would have a lease to do those certain improvements and maintain them. Or we could acquire the responsibility of that. I do want to make one correction. I do believe that the vertiport proposal has no direct cost to the city. I believe that all the costs in the proposal is for what I would call the city share, the city part of the project. The vertiport would be funded by the private party and operated and maintained by the private party.
Yeah, I just want to, PFM just told us the opposite.
That's
in that report. That was one of my questions for you, but I'm glad you're clarifying that. That's no cost to the city.
That's correct. And it could be a revenue-generating opportunity with a lease payment. All of those things would have to be flushed out during a negotiation period if the city commission wanted to move forward with that type of entity.
Thank you.
I'm not sure. Hold on a second. We need to have a conversation as to whether or not that even makes sense anymore to have a helicopter pad in the middle of the park. We never really fleshed that whole concept out, and
well, it's not a helicopter, number one.
Well, vertiport. They're electric helicopters, so they're helicopters. But no matter what, I don't want to get caught up on vocabulary here. We're talking about a concept, and now that the county, from what I understand, is interested in participating in creating landing sites for these vehicles, I'm wondering whether Fort Lauderdale really, the city really needs to be creating an access for this type of transportation when the airport itself is making itself available for this, and does it make sense to put vehicular traffic like this in the middle of a park? I'm saying that rhetorically. I'm not asking for an answer, but I just think we need to have that conversation before we move forward with this particular concept design. Please proceed.
So,
Ben.
Mayor, the last slide was just a summary slide, but given some of the nuances of if certain dollars were incorporated or not incorporated, or certain elements, I think we bypass that. I think we go to the proposer presentations, let them share with you what their proposals include, what their vision is, their approach to the work, and then we can come back to the City Commission for public comment and then deliberation.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And so at this time, do you want to proceed with alphabetical order like City Hall, or is there a preference you have on the approach to the presentations?
I mean, alphabetical order is fine with me.
Okay. And do you want the other proposal or companies to leave the room as well? Perfect. So we'll start off with G3. So if G3 can make their way over towards the podium for all other proposers. If you head towards the front door, Angela Salmon will be over there, and she will ask you.
We'll take a 10-minute break while this transition takes place. So where's your boss? All right. Okay, folks, let's resume our meeting. Please take our seats. So we're moving on to presentations. And before we go to the first presentation, I'd like the fire chief to come up and to be able to answer a couple questions. Mr. Golan, could you please approach the podium and press the button? Okay, so there have been a number of questions during the conversation this afternoon wherein we were discussing the scope, the nature, the necessity of fire presence at the parking garage. I know when we first talked about the parking garage several years back, we thought it would be a great convenience to incorporate a fire presence there. Talk to us a little bit, if you can, about what the community necessity is for fire presence in and around Holiday Park.
So good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioner. Stephen Golan, your fire chief. So thank you for calling me up this afternoon and for your challenging question. I think the key here is making sure that our public safety, our fire services are keeping up with the growing demand of the city. That we're seeing take a long time to build and having those ready to be activated when potentially needed. The key to all of it is a phased approach. It's not overindulging and jumping in too much, but to taking a phased approach that allows you to pull levers as we see the growth continue in. Often I hear the communication in regards to an EMS substation, and that's rather challenging because our firefighters that are on the rescue are capable of also doing fire or EMS. Right. And through funding, our fire assessment fee helps offset fire stations, but not EMS side of things. So when we're looking at future growth, we like to make sure that we're looking for fire rescue stations, and then the difference of what's being activated in those stations is ramping up with the growth of the community as needed.
So it's your recommendation that we do have a full fire station there, fire presence, and since fire personnel are also EMS trained, we're able to provide a full gamut of services, and since it's funded through the fire assessment fee, it provides a funding source for that facility. Is that what you're saying?
So I want to be cautious with the terminology of full fire station. I don't necessarily think that a full fire station may be needed right out of the gate. But we also want to make sure that we're forward-looking, and when a building is being constructed, that we're looking for the next 50 years down the road. So, my recommendation is always to build a station that has 2 bays instead of a single bay. And we also have stations that are currently in the pipeline. We're looking at 3 stations that will be coming down the pipeline here in the near future and providing some relief to the increased call volume that we're seeing.
So could you identify where those are?
One is down off of South Federal Highway in 11th Court. The other one is located off Los Olas, just the parking there. Heron Parking Garage will be in the first floor of that. And then the other one is a replacement of Fire Station 13 on the beach on the Barrier Island, which is Sunrise Boulevard.
All right, so there's Poinsettia Heights, what fire station number is that?
Poinsettia Heights would be 2029.
Okay, so actually, just a couple blocks away, there already is a full fire station, correct?
So that is just north of Sunrise Boulevard and Federal Highway there.
Right.
And then the next in station is Station 2, which is located on the other side of the railroad tracks, mm-hmm. And then Station 16. So the only station that is closest to Holiday Park that is east of the railroad tracks is Station 29.
Right. So is it redundant to have another station in Holiday Park?
I wouldn't say that it's redundant in any way, as we're seeing growth in the area and an emergency room going in or proposed to be going in the very near future.
At the YMCA.
At the YMCA.
Correct.
That emergency room will have full diagnostic availability, but should someone be diagnosed with a heart attack, they would have to then be emergently transported over to Broward General in order to go to the cath center. Same as someone came in there with any traumatic injuries, they would need to be transferred immediately. And that all falls under fire rescue. Non-emergent transports would fall under a non-emergent provider.
So then, the bottom line, are you recommending a two-bay facility be constructed here as part of the parking garage?
I would say that at this time that having a two-bay station there provides the opportunity to grow with the Flagler Village and Holiday Park area, and provides the commission with opportunities and levers to ramp up as we see growth in the city.
Okay. Does that answer everyone's question, or do you have additional questions?
I have an additional question, and just in a different direction as the question was posed. With the growth that we're expecting, without that station being there, what would the delay times or the response times look like moving forward? Because the question was about with it there, without it, what does it look like? What would the impact be?
That's very difficult to say, and would probably be more of a DSD question with showing what that growth is. I don't have in front of me what is currently in construction or what's proposed to be built. But clearly, as we see more congestion in the roadways, we're going to see an increased in delay in our response times.
Because currently, if I'm not incorrect, we do currently have delayed response times in this area that we're referring to. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That is, our time frame, that national standard that we're trying to meet per NFPA is the 6 minutes, and we are not meeting that time frame currently in that area.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Vice Mayor, did you have any questions?
Yeah, no, just some thoughts more than questions. So thank you, Chief, for articulating what you think is probably the best need for this. These conversations started with Lee Feldman and myself probably back in 2014, give or take, because there was a large outcry from the Rio Vista neighborhood as part of the fire station bond program for the station south of the river. And the problem that we had back then is we couldn't find enough dirt or affordable dirt. We'd only put, I think it was about $1 to $1.5 million in the fire station bond program for land acquisition for that station. And that's how we wound up doing the land swap. And we wound up with a station down on 17th Street, west of the railroad tracks, or by the railroad tracks. And Rio Vista was always very disappointed in that because they felt it never met the need that they were looking at. So one of the reasons we started talking about Holiday Park many years ago was feeling that that could be another resource for serving the folks in Rio Vista just by going through the tunnel and being able to get there. That was before we developed Station 88, the new 88.
Yes.
So I think that was always part of that thought process was going back. And then we also recognized that 20,000 plus new residents coming into the downtown, the Flagler Village area, were always going to be in need, particularly of EMS services because they're high-rise, they're sprinklered buildings, so you've got less structural fires there. But the other idea was once we did Brightline through there, that Station 2 was going to have a more difficult time getting east because of traffic and being blocked by the trains and so forth. So we always thought this was an ideal location for a fire station to provide redundancy to Station 2, but also to get down south of the river, and then also to back up 29 over in Poinsettia Heights. So I think all that still kind of works, and if anything, I think the numbers and the growth in that area just continue to support it. So I like the idea. I think having a full station at that location makes a lot of sense. To your point, with the FER over there, being able to transport down to Broward General, because you still need to do that for strokes, heart attacks, anything that's trauma still needs to be transported down to Broward General, right?
Correct.
So, no, I think it makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Chief.
Mayor, if I could ask Chief Golan to clarify something based on Commissioner Beasley Pittman's question.
It's your turn.
So with the upcoming completion of the 3 fire stations you mentioned before, would there be any improvement to the response times in the area? You mentioned 6 minutes. Could we see any improvements once we have those 3 fire stations up and running?
We should see some relief on the north side there. once the station is activated down off Las Olas, would be the primary one that would start to bring relief to that generalized area. That station, as designed right now, is fire, and then moving one of the rescues over into that station, which will dramatically improve our response times to the Las Olas Isles in the southern part of Victoria Park. We should also see an improvement in the times that we're currently seeing in the Holiday Park area.
So you're getting at it to a point. What point are you trying to make? Like, do we really need it if the Heron parking garage is completed and we have a station there? Do we really need something here in Holiday Park?
I just want to give the full picture.
You know,
to
that's
be
a good point.
responsive
You know,
to
that's a good
the
question.
Commissioner's
Do we need it? Will the response times be at all influenced by yet another fire station in Holiday Park if the one on Las Olas is completed? I don't know the answer to that, but common sense would suggest yes. It's going to be able to reach people and closer to that facility than 1 mile away. So I personally believe that we should integrate a fire station in this parking garage. It makes so much sense to me. You know, public safety is number one, has often been pointed out. And if we can find a way to build it, fund it, maintain it, and activate it, I think it makes a lot of sense. So, all right.
Mayor, could I?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, and I agree. Chief, as you know, I've been long advocating for a station there. And I just want to be clear on what is if you could share with all of us, EMS vehicle is termed what?
It would be, most people will identify it as an ambulance.
Yep.
But it's utilized for transporting people to the hospital. On ours, we utilize them as response vehicles to both fire and EMS.
Yep.
Everyone that's on that vehicle is trained to mitigate a fire. They're all licensed, certified, and they have some of the equipment. Case in point, just a couple months ago, one of our firefighters, the ambulance was the first arrival on a house fire, and they were able to make a successful rescue of an individual in the back bedroom prior to the engine or pumper truck ever arriving on scene. Having those resources available and giving them all the right tools is incredibly important so that we can get the first unit there and start to mitigate whatever's taking place.
Yeah, thanks. And I think that's an important distinction. And we've plussed up the staffing levels to now having 3, right? 3
Yes, sir.
Firefighters on an ambulance. Great. Another vehicle is a rescue, right? Is that right? The smaller truck.
That's the same.
Same.
The rescue would be identified as the same.
Great. Then an engine is the next. Am I using the right term?
Yes, sir. And that has water and hose on it, and a staffing of 3: a captain, a driver, and a firefighter. It does respond to medical calls, but does not transport.
Great. Thanks. And then, so if I'm hearing you right, it sounds like it's a healthy option to, if a station is constructed, and maybe it's the same, but building it in a fashion so that you can house both a rescue and or an engine, or one of each. Is that, or at some point maybe we would want 2 engines there and no ambulances, or 2 rescues and no engines? Is building it in a way to allow for any swapping of those vehicles helpful? Does it?
100%. So it just provides the ability for more options. Having that space up front, even when it comes to storm season and the potential to have to evacuate units off the barrier island, this would provide us a refuge place by having 2 bays. Those 2 bays don't need to be activated immediately. Those, you can activate the station as needed, but having that availability from day one is vitally important
for all those vehicles, right? And are we constructing the other 2 stations in a similar fashion so that the optionality is there?
Yes, sir. All stations that are being built now are built with a minimum of 2 bays.
Right, and the ability to house both engines and ambulance or so forth.
Correct, and the allotted beds that are needed, the space inside per firefighter. All of that is going into all of the projects that are currently in the pipeline.
Okay, great. Thank you. That helps. Thanks. And Mayor, I wanted to talk to Carl too at some point. Thanks.
Could I just ask the chief while he's here?
Yeah.
Before so, chief, have you had a chance to look at the 3 presentations?
I did briefly review them.
Okay, because I noticed that they're a little bit different in terms of this substation. What's your opinion of having the ability to just drive through as opposed to not drive through? Does it matter at all?
Always when given the opportunity to drive through, we prefer it. But the key to this project is having that access to that Northeast 9th Street, because that gives us north, south, and west access on a main thoroughfare federal highway. So however we can accomplish that and meet the requirements, the cost, meet all the parameters that are being set is best for us. We would never want the units to deploy through the park, simply because of the potential for traffic and limited access outside of the park. And the ideology behind Northeast 9th Street is that when you're having, say, theater or the hockey rinks or any programmed event exit the park, they're coming out Sandy Integer Drive onto Federal Highway and dispersing from there. This would provide an access 1 street north so that we wouldn't be creating more traffic but be able to navigate around that traffic.
Thank you.
And Chief, that's helpful, and does that include, so one proposal has the ability to go north, I forget the street, but basically going north through the park to Sunrise, to exit are you familiar with that design? So do you also feel that's not as helpful because you're going through the park?
Our preferred approach would be Northeast 9th Street.
Going west on Northeast 9th, right?
Yes,
to hit Federal.
Correct.
Yeah.
Because that gives us access all the way over to Flagler. Flagler would make us westbound on Sunrise, or it gives us full access.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions of the chief? There being none, thank you. You've been very helpful. Okay.
Mayor, could I have Carl come up? Is that all right?
Oh, Carl
Raquel,
Williams, sure.
Has had some Parks questions. How's that Achilles doing? Looking like new.
Almost, not quite, but
right.
almost.
You'll be dunking anytime. Talk to us. The Vice Mayor brought up a good point about just kind of holiday park use. So I'm out on the holiday park fields, many nights a week. Talk to us about use of the fields. Do we need more fields? When you think about where the surface parking lot is, just to the south of that, and then if you go east, there's kind of passive green space. A lot of times I see folks there with dogs walking. So just give me a little flavor of what you see in terms of field need, passive space need, any feedback. Thanks.
Yes, sir. So there's no question that Holiday Park is very, very busy. With the onboarding of the various projects that we have at the facility on the park itself, it does yield a significant amount of use, specifically as it pertains to even our programmed activities as well as some of our leisure activities that we have taking place at the park. As it relates to more fields, it's tricky because if you start adding more fields and looking at Holiday and how it's built out, I'm not even sure where we'd even begin if we wanted to add more fields. But there's quite a bit of a large footprint in that park for a variety of activities that we have to manage on a day-to-day basis, not even just the different entities that are involved there as well.
Okay, thanks. And the why I bring up the fields is, potentially you could put more fields if the commission wanted, and is in that south passive area. And then again, part of this parking lot, in theory, could be a field if wanted. I mean, how are we doing in terms of field capacity at Holiday Park? I mean, it seems full, but maybe that's exactly where we need to be, and we really don't need more.
There certainly is a sweet spot.
Yeah.
The fields are to capacity. I mean, there's times that you could come to Holiday and every inch of that facility is completely packed.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, any other questions? Carl, thank you so much. Looking forward to that playground. Okay, G3 development, please. Now, a number of you have signed up, so I assume you'll all introduce yourselves, but I have Jake Gunther, Jerry Gunther, Stephanie Ruiz, and Jacob Lucky. Those are the and Dan Helmick. Those are the people I have signed up to speak. Great. Good afternoon. Sorry to keep you waiting.
Oh, good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. We appreciate you having us here today. My name is Jerry Gunther, and I'm the Managing Principal for G3 Development. Here's a list of our team, and they'll introduce themselves as we get to them. Our team structure is two things. It's city-centric and it's simple. The city is always our priority in meeting their needs. It's simple, which decreases cost of the city and also decreases the delivery time of our projects. G3 Development is a 25-year-old commercial real estate development company in Florida, family-owned and operated. We take projects from inception through delivery and own the majority of the projects that we've developed over the last 25 years.
Thanks, Jerry. I am Dan Helmick. I'm our Executive Vice President at FinFrock. FinFrock is a vertically integrated design-build construction company that specifically specializes in parking garages. We've designed and built over 350 of them, most of which in the Florida market. And we self-perform the architect of record, structural engineer of record, design-build contractor, as well as the structural precast manufacturing and erection.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Tom Green with Keith. Happy to present this afternoon. So we're assisting G3 and the FinFrock team with the site development. Keith is a locally based engineering firm going back to 1998, but roots going over 60 years deep. We're local to Broward County. We understand the process and the permitting aspects for this project. Our main focus is building community through our service lines, and for this project, we're assisting with civil engineering, planning services, transportation engineering, landscape architecture, and civil engineering. We know the city very well. We successfully designed and permitted projects for the city, most recently DC Alexander Park and the Aquatic Center.
Good afternoon. I'm Yvonne Garth. I'm president of Garth Solutions. We are a locally based full-service public engagement firm. Very excited at the opportunity to be the dedicated resource between this project and the community. All of our work is public sector focused, and that's important for you because that means we understand the importance of transparency, accountability, and making sure that your constituents are engaged on important projects like this. We've been in this community for 23 years and have worked on just about a lot of the marquee capital programs that you see in Broward County, including some of your very own, like the Las Olas parking garage. So thank you for the opportunity.
So wanted to highlight a couple projects that this team collectively has built together. The first of which was a project for the city of Wildwood, the rail yard and parking garage, which was a commercial mixed use with a parking structure that G3 was the developer for and FinFrock was the design builder on. I also wanted to highlight the Harrah's Pompano parking garage, an over 1,500 stall parking garage, and with casinos, you know, they care a lot about high function and really high level of finish so that the people parking in this garage are serviced really well. So also this was an ongoing casino project, so could not disrupt operations and had to keep it very safe, all of which we plan to do with patrons to the park during the construction process.
So thank you, Dan. And that casino parking garage is also part of the POMP, which is a large mixed-use project also in Pompano Beach. Keith assisted with this project from consensus through active construction now. This is over $1 billion project with multiple coordination with stakeholders, tenants, owners, and permitting agencies. Keith's role in this one is supporting with stormwater, civil engineering utilities, roadway transportation, and planning services from entitlement all the way through site plan approval. And again, a local firm with the expertise in Broward County.
Thanks, Tom. So, I mean, clearly this team is very experienced with parking garages. We could go through hundreds more of an example, but really want to transition at this point into our project approach and how we would deliver this project. You know, so I mentioned garages for us are a repeat process because it's always the same design team, working with the same construction firm, working with the same manufacturing group. We actually also own a maintenance company as well, so we don't only get the opportunity to monitor how a garage performs day one, but also 10, 20, and 30 years down the line so that we can make sure that we're giving you the long-lasting asset that this city deserves. I mentioned that we have in-house manufacturing, and why that's important is that really guarantees that we can give you all the lowest cost parking garage, the lowest life cycle cost parking garage, as well as the fastest delivery because we control that structural portion in-house. And in addition to that, we've developed a standard set of details for parking that allows us to make sure that the long-lasting items of how the garage is waterproofed and how the garage is lit is going to serve the patrons very well. And then along with those standard set of details, it allows us to guarantee a price and guarantee a schedule at this point in the project and be very aggressive about it. That's how we're so confident that we know we can deliver you all the lowest cost and the fastest schedule for this project. And then we also have local Broward County offices, the South Florida Manufacturing Facility, and out of those 350 garages that we built, about a third of them are in this Southeast Florida market. So we're very plugged into this local community. We'll utilize local subcontractors through the process and can minimize the disruption to the ongoing park operations with that local construction methodology.
And an important and critical part of our project approach is the community outreach. This is an investment in the community. It is going to enhance the community's experience at this site, not just for Holiday Park, but for the surrounding amenities, including Parker Playhouse. So it's absolutely important that we start early on to engage the community, not to just to give them information, but to listen as well. And as we listen, to capture that, document that, share that with you so that you can make informed decisions about any adjustments that need to be made. We'll work in collaboration with your strategic communications team to use a comprehensive toolkit, both digital and traditional. But at the end of the day, we want to meet the community where they are, speak to them in a language that's understandable to them, and using the appropriate means. So our engagement framework starts early on in the design process. From day one, we'll make sure that we map out who those stakeholders are and the appropriate and best way to communicate with them. Again, really important to listen, capture that feedback, and make sure that it's reflective in the final solution, so that as we get to construction, we have set expectations, we can manage those expectations, and ultimately, at the end of the day, have the community be part of the celebration of the success of this project. It's also important to note that our outreach is not just to the stakeholders in terms of residents and the surrounding businesses and partners, but also to the local business community. This is an opportunity for an economic impact, and we will work closely as standard practice in making sure we do outreach and we engage as many local businesses as possible. That turn over to Tom.
All right, thank you, Yvonne. So you've heard community mentioned throughout our presentation, continue to be. So community is very important to the success of this project. In the next few slides, we're going to run through design elements of it. But before we do, we'd be remiss if we just didn't highlight where this project is located and that this is one of the crown jewels of the city of Fort Lauderdale is Holiday Park. So making sure that the area highlighted in yellow to the north of the parking garage, making sure that blends and fits the character of this park and helps to support the activation of all the partners there, such as the Parker, the YMCA to the left, War Memorial, and the Iceplex. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. I'm Jacob Lucky. I'm a senior project executive here at FinFrock. So I'm going to just run you through a couple of the options that we proposed to hopefully clear up a little bit of what PFM presented as well as the staff. So option one for us was a standalone garage concept. So you're seeing 1,000 spaces and just at 4 levels. So from a visibility perspective, we're talking roughly 35 feet up, which would be, you'll see on the renderings, hopefully covered by the canopy of the surrounding trees, not be extremely impactful to the surrounding development that's already there. Here's just a blow up of that option one first floor. You can see we've isolated core locations on that southwest, that southeast to both service the Parker Playhouse as well as the Holiday Park. And then as far as the entrances off the garage, both at the southeast and southwest, as well as one off the north where that main ramping structure ends up being. Our second option is actually that integrated fire station concept. So one thing to note on option one as well, did not have the fire station, has the capabilities for about a 10,000 square foot fire station outside of the footprint if desired on that northeast corner.
Did you price out the fire station component yet?
Yes.
And what did that come to approximately?
That was the $990 per square foot that we were saying, so roughly $10 million. We're actually have a 10,000 square foot fire station here that's incorporated in our option 2 pricing. So that's this one, and then you can kind of see the delta between option 1 and option 2 there.
So are you saying that the price that you are I'm just trying to compare apples to apples here, okay? So the price that you've offered with the fire station is inclusive of
the build out of that as well.
See, PFM says on page 9 that the total cost is $38 million.
Yep.
And that includes the cost of the fire station.
That does.
The 10,000 square foot fire station.
Correct.
Integrated into the garage?
Integrated
or
within the garage footprint, as you see here in that blue.
And it still provides 1,000 spaces?
Correct. And it's actually still providing the 1,000 spaces in only 4 levels. So from an impact, from a visual side of things, it's almost the exact same. You'll see when Stephanie runs through the renderings, there's a slight ramp that ends up happening in the center core, but from the exterior still appears as a 4-level garage.
Okay, great.
And is that blue the fire station?
Correct. Yep.
Great,
right off
nice.
that northeast corner, it's connecting into that side street where I know the fire chief mentioned not wanting to impact the path of travel in the park there.
Right.
And then we actually, jumping to the next slide here, you can see in the dark gray we have 33 secured parking spaces for the fire station alone. So those are separated completely for fire station. It's included in that 1,000 stalls, but it is currently fenced out. And we've actually raised the ground floor here versus the other option being a standard garage. In this one, we've got 14-foot ground floor, but then for the truck bay that you can kind of see for the fire engines in that northeast, that's actually double height space, giving you about 22-foot clearance.
And so based on your design, this looks like a back-end fire station. Okay. All right.
Correct.
Thank you.
And then as far as the alternative option that can go with either option A or B or 1 or 2 is this surface lot. So, we've addressed this quite a bit on some of the other discussions, roughly 300 plus stalls. The idea was you guys could build this either before, because it's a faster construction as well as design permitting standpoint, or you can build it, later on down the road if you're just going to be utilizing that as a surface lot.
How long, once we give a permit, how long would it take you to do that?
The construction?
To finish off the 300 stalls?
I believe we were tracking, and it's in the proposal, I believe it was around 2 months as far as construction-only activities. So you obviously will still have to permit it, but this is only about a 2-month process.
Okay, so once you get the permit, you're in and out 2 months?
Correct.
Okay.
And the cost for the surface is not included in the 38?
It's broken. Yes, I believe that one was included in the 38. We haven't broke it out of 25 point, and Jake will get into this a little bit later where we go through each option, but you'll see it's 25.94 for option 1. I think roughly 35 for option 2, which is the integrated fire station, and then you'll see the surface loss costing about $2.2 million. So I believe that's where he's getting the 38.
Okay, I'll ask him. Thanks.
Okay. As far as the technology enabled within this garage, we're not just providing you a bare bones parking structure. You can see that from the renderings, as well as you just drive one of our garages. We're providing a long lasting structure. We've got smart lighting. We've got parking guidance systems that are proven and tried and true. We've installed this for Disney Springs, so this is a long term facility, and as well as EV charging, backup generators, fire protection, etc. I'm going to turn it over to Stephanie. She's going to run through some of the renderings.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Ruiz, Project Design Architect with FinFrac. As you can see here, our focus was really to celebrate Holiday Park for the park aspect and to not necessarily compete with the beautiful new structures happening within it, but complement those structures as well as the park. So utilizing the area that we have, we're able to make our garage within the 4 levels to really serve any patrons visiting the garage. Here we're also showing that if you don't take one of the options of doing solar panels or photovoltaics on the rooftop, we can even do some iconic branding to call out City of Fort Lauderdale Parks or Rec, or do something maybe a little more specific to Holiday Park. Understanding that within our renderings, we're bringing in metals that look like wood to soften up that base of the precast garage, as well as bringing in artificial green screens along our towering elements that may just pop above the tree canopies while still maintaining the mature trees that are already in Holiday Park, as well as invigorating the area with lush landscaping designs.
So where is it? You said it was at 35 feet. Those are the elevator columns. I'm sure those aren't 35 feet. Is the other elevation 35 feet?
Yes, correct.
Yes.
That's correct. Okay.
So you'll see here we're choosing our materialities based on durability, longevity, and as well bringing down the overall maintenance costs of not having to maintain such intense design elements. We're also including different metal screenings along the elevations of the garage to help highlight either more natural flora, fauna, species to South Florida, or even if we wanted to switch some of those out to be branding elements for Holiday Park of upcoming events, highlighting activities at the Iceplex versus the park or playhouse.
Well, I think one of the most important reasons for having screening is to avoid the fluorescent lighting from, distracting people from the park setting. So we don't want any of that. We don't want any of that harsh lighting to permeate into the park. So that's going to be an important consideration as you design that. The fact that it's green, just painting it green doesn't necessarily mean it has a greening effect. So, and I see those trees that are along the street there. Those are there already, as I recall. So,
And we will be working with the Keith team to add to the landscaping
add more
design around
landscaping.
it. Exactly.
Right. Okay.
On all 4 elevations.
Okay.
So we're going to save what's there and then add to it as well.
Okay.
As you can see here with our fire station integrated option, we're showing the back end truck bays towards that northeast 9th Street for ease of access as well. And then we'll go through and you'll be able to see we're keeping our stair towers open for passive security as well as bright and user-friendly as people come to and from the Parker and the War Memorial. And we'll go through these more aerial views so you can get a sense of the volume of the structure, including that center bay ramping, but still being set back far enough that it's not visually obtrusive from ground level to the patrons.
Can you just go back to that, one of those aerial, yeah, that's fine. So ingress, egress, so there's one point on the north side, it looks like, is that right? And then one on the east side? Am I looking?
Yes, one on the north, and then there's one on the east and west on the south side. So coming in from the Parker or near the War Memorial Auditorium, there's ingress for vehicles.
3 total.
Yeah. So three total,
Yes.
west side, east side, and north side?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, great. I just want to be clear. Okay, thanks.
And then just running through a quick project timeline, I know we've got a lot to work through as far as dealing with the city, working with the community here, but we're assuming a project award to design permitting. We're utilizing those 3 months for public outreach, hearing what the neighbors in the community have to say, developing the schematic design. From there, we're assuming a site plan level 4 is going to be required for this. So DRC, Planning and Zoning, City Commission, while we're developing the architecture, engineering, and the mechanical, electrical, fire protection designs. And then you can see here, starting design till garage completion. With us being vertically integrated, we are very accustomed to being able to guarantee a schedule, and that's where we feel confident with that 11 months. And then we continue on for operations and maintenance, just being, if that is something the city wants, we are open to handling that as well. And then, public safety and MOT, we've already started working with our transportation team to understand how to get best into the site without, impacting the current park operations. We have a dedicated site superintendent that's just primarily focused on safety. And then, as Dan mentioned, we're prefabricating most of the structure off-site. So what that allows us to do is, from a construction side of things, the structure's going up extremely quickly with minimal impact to the surrounding environment.
And again, you're saying 11 months from award to completion? Is that
No, 11 months.
Can you just
Sorry.
go back to that?
Yeah, we'll go
Sorry.
back. So 3 months from project award to design and permitting.
Yep.
10 months from design and permitting to construction start.
Okay, then 11.
Shovel in the ground to garage completion is
Okay.
11 months.
So you're looking 2 years.
Correct.
2 years. Okay, great. Thanks.
So the financing overview, I'm sorry?
Let's talk money.
Yeah, yes, it does. G3 is very experienced at getting money, and the approach that we used here was using our money for the project. And when Jake goes through the numbers on the lease payments, that was the assumption. But obviously, if the city wants to go through the tax bond with us, then that'll drop the payments considerably. The cost will be the same. But just so you know, this was the city not having to put up any money for the construction or sign on to any loans.
Is your cost of money less than our cost of money?
No, it's about 2% more.
Okay.
And so, yeah, if that's what you would like to do, that's the way to go, the tax-free bonds,
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay.
The asset transfer agreement, we're able to do that whenever you guys want. It could be a fee developer where you own it from day one. It could be when we get the CO for the garage. It could be after a 30-year term, or it could be any time in between, whatever you guys determine more flexible and can make that happen. The structure finance plan, as I kind of briefly said, could be a mix or any of these three. Tax-free is obviously the least expensive, but we also have private equity or senior debt. The transaction structure is what you guys would own the land throughout the project. We would build a building and form a special entity and then do a long-term payment plan where you would get the project at the end of that payment plan.
Good afternoon, Jake Gunther, G3 Development. Want to discuss the cost options associated with our two different garage options. Option number one, as we discussed, is the standalone garage option only, not inclusive of that fire station. The total cost for that project is roughly $25.94 million, which translates to a 2.161 annual lease payment, and we have that lease structured over 30 years. Moving on to option two. It's the garage with the fire station included within the footprint, and the garage is fully built out. The total project cost for this is $35.8 million, which translates to an annual lease payment of roughly $2.95 million a year over 30 years.
Wait. $3 million a year for 30 years. The math doesn't make sense there. That's $90 million. So there's $60 million in interest payments?
Yes, sir.
That's it with your financing.
Well, that's using.
That's your financing.
That's using our
Okay.
financing, right.
And again,
Thank
we
you.
approached it from not using y'all's money. If you want us
Okay.
to, we can 100% take
Yeah,
that.
thank you.
Yep. And then, to answer Commissioner Sorensen's question, that $38 million number is inclusive of.
Please complete yours.
Yes, sir. Of including the surface lot, so it's an additional $2.22 million, or an additional $185,000 a year for option A or B. So thank you.
And so, do you get if you surface lot, fire station, garage, you get the total of $38 million, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the per space, when you include per space with the surface lot, is the $25,000 per space inclusive of surface lot or not inclusive of the surface lot?
It's not. It's 25 for the garage, and I think it's about 7,000 for the service lot. So it'd be less.
Yep. Okay. Great. Thanks.
All right. Do you have any final statement you'd like to make? Other than please use us.
What's the useful life of the garage in your estimation?
So through that standard detail process that I mentioned to you, part of that is we've gone through and studied garages that are 30, 40, and 50 years old, even cord samples to get chloride contents. And, so it's hard to get to an exact number, but, everything we design for is well over a 60-year useful life from a long-term longevity and durability of the concrete structure itself. There's obviously other things inside of it that require maintenance, and light fixtures aren't going to last that long. The elevators are going to need maintenance before then and replacement. So, but from a structural perspective, well over 60 years.
Can you construct the garage in a way that a story or two could be added?
You can. From an economics perspective, it really starts to affect the cost per space.
Okay.
We have gone back on previous projects and added a full solar array that wasn't necessarily designed for in the future. Really, it's very impactful from the construction perspective when you come back to build those extra 2 floors, because you have to completely empty the garage. And so you're paying to actually pay for the upgraded foundations and the lateral system to be able to handle it is really not that big a deal. But to expand those spaces in the future would cost you on order of magnitude triple of what they would cost you today. So if you all wanted to phase this, the better way to phase this would be a horizontal expansion rather than a vertical expansion. So we would shorten the garage footprint now, build it a little bit taller, and then leave ourselves footprint to go horizontal in the future. Those spaces tend to go in more at an average cost per space. Going vertical is a far more expensive proposition.
Okay, great. For the surface lot, have you used or thought of semi-permeable material that allows for greater percolation?
Yeah, we certainly can. That's not what we priced in our base price, but that would be no problem to utilize that methodology. So.
Great, thanks.
Okay, any other questions of these folks? Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's take a 5-6 minute break so that teams can come back in. All right, so let us begin. This is Holiday Park Parking Partners. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for your patience. These are the people that have signed up to speak. Cody Kais, Roger Baum, Teen Woon, Larry DeRose, Rolando Tepanes, Jordan Samkoff. Anyone in the office? Vincent Giannetti, Juan Justiamano, Ted Cava, and Gregory Kimmelman, and Juan Alfonso, Mr. Green, and Mr. Markham, and Mr. Anderson. Okay. You got 3 minutes. Go. No. Okay. You may begin.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My
John
name's
Millage, you didn't sign up.
My name's Cody Keys,
Okay.
and I'm one of the teammates on the Holiday Park Parking Partners team for the Holiday Park Garage presentation. John Millage is going to talk a little bit about what our team's doing here.
Thank you, Mayor John Millage, attorney for the team. I just want to talk briefly about how we got here today. This has really been a 10-year effort to get to this point. It really started after the renovation of this center, which Stiles was the general contractor for, part of our team, and really did an outstanding job. The focus was then on the Parker, and we all participated in that, the renovation of that, and that was a several-year process to convince really the folks, the foundation, to fund that. The one main issue was what I call the dirt lot next to Parker. And without getting into the whole history of that, it was decided that there would be a line item in the Parks Bond referendum, which passed. Many in the room supported that. And me personally, I thought, hey, that's done. We can just move off of it. It was a mistake because there's a lot of other competing interests, important things, and that money was, utilized for those purposes. So we had to go back to square one. So what I want you to understand is this was the team that came to the table 3 years ago to come with a 21st century multimodal approach with a new revenue stream. And they spent 2 years on this. And they came up with a thoughtful P3. And that's what the other teams responded to, which was nothing wrong with that. But I just want you to understand the takeaway is, this team has really demonstrated the dedication to the city, the commitment, the problem solving. So if you select them, you're going to get a world-class facility. Thank you.
Thanks, John. So we're going to go run through our introductions. We're a little short on time, so I'm not going to be able to hit every single person, but you've got a team comprised here today of the design build team, of the financing team, of parking advisors, who's the #1 parking asset advisor in the nation, and all of our team that's local here to this project. This team has a very integrated approach, and all of our teammates will be involved from the development through design and construction to the operations and maintenance of the project. Clarence Capital, their financing partner based out of Delray. We've got parking advisor, like I mentioned, the #1 parking facilities operator in the nation, should the city choose to go that route of the O&M. Justin Architects, being the architect for the project, who's been in the city of Fort Lauderdale for 46 years, designing parking garages and fire stations just like this, winning awards here from the AIA in the city of Fort Lauderdale. We listened to our neighbors when we went to the different HOA meetings at Victoria Park and Flagler Village, and their main concern from Victoria Park was the stormwater issues that were in Holiday Park. So we asked CES consultants to be on the team as the civil engineer who's very experienced in stormwater in the city of Fort Lauderdale. Vertiports by Atlantic is the optional design feature partner who we'd be talking about the vertiport decks a little bit further on. But when we're talking about the vertiport decks, we're talking about air taxis that you may have seen recently in the news, on Facebook, on Instagram. But these eVTOLs are very quiet. As you're going to see in here, the helicopter noise pattern heat map is very high.
But my recommendation is don't use up your time much on that. Focus on the parking garage, because the commission isn't really settled on what we want to do as far as that's concerned, okay?
Okay, I'm going to skip the next video, so let me go right through this. Okay, and then you have Styles Construction, who's part of the design build team. Styles has been in the city of Fort Lauderdale for 70 plus years. The buildings on here in red are projects that Styles has worked on, but they've also done 74 parking garages in South Florida. It's over 43,000 total parking spaces, and that's 17 million total square feet of parking garages in South Florida. Core, we're lucky to be the #1 public safety builder in the nation. We've completed over 200 fire stations and 31 parking garages for that other potential component. We have the EMR safety ratings. The industry average is 1.0. As you can see, Core and Styles EMRs are well below, meaning that our teams are extremely safe and some of the safest teams that you'll see present here today. As we're talking about building projects, we're not just talking about the buildings themselves, but we're building people and committing to local participation. And as you can see in the projects that we've done here in South Florida, not only have we met our local participation goals, but we've also exceeded those goals, and we'd be happy to commit to an amount should that be a desire of the city. This is just more of work that Core and Styles has done together in the city, in the community. Do you have the sound?
Not from you.
Can we pause the time while they get the sound back? Or can we pause the time while they get the sound on?
Yeah.
Because we're losing time.
Kelvin, I'd like at some point I'd like to hear from Chief again about parking, fire station incorporated into the building versus separate. So pros, cons, Chiefs, if that any feedback. Thanks.
Are we making progress on the sound? We need to get going. Well, the speaker just fell off the table. What are we doing here? It's dead now.
I say just go ahead without the video. I don't know.
Yeah, let's just keep going.
Keep rolling. We can come back to it.
Sure. Okay. Can we have the PowerPoint back up? I guess that's me then. We need the slide deck.
I hope your technology is better than ours. Someone needs to push a button.
While we're waiting, maybe could I have Chief
Would you
come
like
up?
Chief Golan
Yeah,
to come
is that
up
all right, Mayor?
now,
Just
Mayor? Or?
answer that question.
Chief, can you come up?
Thanks, Chief. So again, just any pros, cons, fire station in the structure versus separate?
Not really, no.
Not really.
Per our collective bargaining agreement, the only thing that is outlined in the collective bargaining agreement is that we have to provide secured parking. If we look at the project like we have at Station 117, the Heron Parking Garage, we recognize that the valuable parking is at the lower levels. And so in that particular situation, we've put a fenced-in area on the roof of the building, of the parking garage, and that's where the parking for the firefighters would be.
Okay.
But as far as inside, just making sure that we're meeting the building requirements for any, fire ratings and sound dampening so that they're not hearing the vehicle traffic within the structure.
Okay. So you think that'd be fine?
Yes,
the
sir.
dampening can work. Last presenter, I think, had 33 spots allocated for. Is that kind of the number we need?
No,
Seems
sir. That's
little
that's excessive.
excessive. Yeah. What number is
Probably about half of that.
Okay.
At any given you would just need 2 spots per seat. So
Right.
if we started out with just an ambulance there, a rescue truck there, you're looking at only 6.
Yep.
So that would be, 3 people on a truck, so 6 spots,
Yep.
with the potential to grow to a secondary unit in the future, which would be another. So
Okay.
somewhere around that 12 to 15 would be ample parking.
Okay, great. That makes sense. And then I don't know if you've seen the design layout of this presentation, but it's the drive-through. And so my question is just if you can track me, you don't have to do it right now, but just how you would see going in and out, because I also heard you say you don't want to go through the park. So I'd just like a little feedback on that.
I think that in a perfect world, we would want to be separated from the traffic of the activated sites within the park. I think if you keep the main thoroughfares of the park open for the traffic that is visiting, whether it's a tennis or the Panthers Arena or Parker, and utilizing the 2 main arterways, that would allow them to exit east and go up north to Sunrise Boulevard and exit if they were going eastbound on Sunrise, or coming out Sandy Ninninger Drive to either go north or south or directly west. We would then have Northeast 9th Street.
Yep.
That would not have the same amount of traffic, hopefully, as the other 2 activated roadways.
So even if you could go Martin or could go Ninninger, you just stay 9th going in and out.
If this was if this I see on the drawing here is a drive-through bay, what we would do is we'd enter from the east when returning. And so we were coming out to 9th Street.
Turning, you'd come in through the east on 9th or Ninninger?
We would come in.
So you come
is north and south, with the fire station on the north end of the building up by the PD equestrian area.
This one's on the east side of the building, oriented north-south, I think.
No, it's on the north side.
Right? So it'd be, so let me just see here.
One, you want to walk them through the...
Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Here on the north side. This is Martin.
Yep.
This is Martin right here, so there would be the ingress.
Got it.
Right?
So
egress to north.
So it'd be west-facing.
That's correct.
The egress. Got it. Okay, now I'm good. Right. Perfect. Thanks.
Are we back on?
We're still not back to where we were. Trying to get back to where we... Just trying to get back to where we were. Okay, so the video's not working. Roger, go ahead and jump into the development period.
Okay. So as we get into our project approach, this is a kind of a basic look at the development timeline that you could expect, and it, basically starts with an interim agreement being executed. Some price.
Excuse me, we're not seeing it on the screens down here.
Oh, we can see it here.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You can see it. Okay. And then concluding with a comprehensive agreement and commercial close. And so, most importantly, we wanted to go to this slide. So, basically what happens next once you execute an interim agreement with our team. And it's basically, we're going to jump right into 4 key working groups: community outreach and education, which is, kind of your town hall meetings and working with the community to refine program. The design build working group, where we're really looking to align aesthetics and affordability. And then if you choose to engage us for the financing and O&M, the additional 2 work groups, financing, where we'd be working with your staff and PFM, and then the O&M working group, refining the revenue stream with vertiports, hopefully, and the garage itself. And so...
Sorry, can you just go back to that timeline?
Yeah, sure.
Please, thanks.
Oh, the time. Yeah.
Okay, haven't gotten there yet. Okay.
Yeah, that was more high level. Yeah.
And that's what happens if we are selected. What we've already done is started the community outreach for the two closest HOAs that are there, the Victoria Park Civic Association and the Flagler Village Civic Association. We met with them prior to submission of the proposals, and when we were working through the design, and we took the comments that they had into consideration. One of the comments being stormwater and drainage, and like I said, we brought on CES Civil Engineering to do the design on that portion, as well as the main concern for Flagler Village was not having a safe, clear walkway across from once they get across Federal, being able to make their way all the way to the Parker, to the War Memorial, and we proposed adding a sidewalk that continues that entire length of the grass that's there. Juan?
Thank you, Cody. So our design concept and vision starts for us identifying and noting that this structure is not only a parking garage, but it's a main element in the park. So what we have looked at is that this structure can unify all the things that are happening at the park. It can be part of the park environment. So in order to do that, how are we going to get there? In order to do that, we identified a number of goals. That's what you have on the screen. And the design that we're putting in front of you has all these goals embedded into the design. For example, efficiency, sustainability, resilience, cost effectiveness are part of what we're presenting to you today. So connectivity was one big item that we looked at. We went beyond the property line and we looked at what this is going to do to Sunrise Boulevard. What is it going to do to US 1? And just what the commissioner was asking a minute ago, how are we going to access the fire station from Martin to North Street? So that has been studied and has been looked at. The next item that was critical and important on the design side, it was the functionality of the building. How we're going to make it efficient. It's a 3-bay, ramp in the middle, 90-degree parking, dual traffic. So we looked at this in detail. And Juan Alfonso is going to give us how do we plan to solve drainage. Juan?
Thank you, Juan. So we understand the criticality and the importance of drainage in this particular project. And we have a 3-step process that is proven and that caters back to the work that we've done through our experience with Fort Lauderdale, which is model the work beforehand, not wait for the design to start, to provide detailed information, to start making decisions. Move forward with the design. Obviously, at that time, we can start looking at collection system, conveyance systems, and then go through the permitting process, which we're planning on doing a pre-application meeting that allows us to understand the details up front and then plan accordingly to not let the permitting be a hindrance. Next is the impacts. We understand the impacts of a 3 to 6 acre site and, what that means in terms of running the water in and out. And we have some solutions, which is, improve the existing dry retention rails areas. And also, last resort, if we need to, look at drainage wells, if that's part of the design and the solutions that we need to bring forth. And lastly are some materials that we're thinking of putting forth. And the first one, you've seen some of these concrete papers before, have a great lifespan, 25 to 40 years, the same with the pervious concrete. We have some samples here, which we can pass on later on. And then the permeable asphalt, shorter lifespan and slightly lower cost, but still some of the options that we can employ and that we're going to work together with the team to make sure we address the issues.
Thank you, Juan. So we understand that the city, how important it is to the city, the planting and trees and potential. We have looked at that. And what we have done, can we go to the next slide, Cody? And we have done is we identified the areas within the site that we can protect the mature native trees and also areas where we can have new trees during the site. Next slide, please. So this is a thoughtful design that, as I stated in the beginning, incorporates in every one of those items that we identified as goal. Wayfinding, vehicle queuing, ride sharing, patron experience is important to us and how we protect and make this design. Next slide, please. So let's go back to the fire station for a second again. We're a flexible team that will work with the fire marshal and the chief to make sure that the fire station is designed for safety. That's critical to us.
Pardon me. Do you have any preliminary details on the cost of a fire station, or is that just an artist rendering?
No, I think that we have preliminary. Right?
Correct, we do. Greg, do you want to cover that with Christoph?
Yeah, so our fire station costs are in line really with the others. Actually, ours are about $15 a square foot less, but they're all relatively close in that. I think it was a $970 a square foot range. So yes, we have contemplated what Juan and his team have proposed for the project.
So is it the same square footage?
At 15,000 feet,
No, not at 15,000. Theirs was 10,000.
yeah, ours was at 15,000 is what we
No,
proposed.
we're 11,500 square feet, which we can 11,500 square feet, which we can adjust during the design should you want to. But that cost per square footage number is what's important, and it's
Right.
at $970 a square foot.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mayor, I wanted to address also a specific item that you asked previously concerning about the number of parking spaces. The footprint that we have right now holds 200 parking spaces. So in 3 levels, we reach the 600. If you so desire, then we can go to 1,000 with 2 additional levels. That's one option.
So what would the total height of the garage be?
What you're seeing right now in these volumes is exactly the full five stories of parking and the vertical part on top.
So you have 5 stories of parking, and that's 1,000 spaces?
That is correct.
And that includes the rooftop, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And, okay. How is it that the other people can do 4 stories and get 1,000?
Maybe the footprint is larger. That's the other thing. That if the footprint increases, then you can get more parking spaces.
Okay.
And we also have a couple of different design aspects that we thought were important to consider in that footprint, being the ride share pickup and drop off, event parking, valet. If the city wanted to do that, we can widen our footprint, but we increased the space for the parking and green area in the front, as well as the ride share pickup and drop off to not hurt the queuing inside of the garage, because we don't want to cause traffic congestion inside the parking garage. We prefer to have that on the exterior in that dedicated ride share lane. But if you want it to be 4 stories, we can widen that footprint and meet that.
Okay, thank you.
One more additional item that I wanted to mention here in this image right here. You see that we have looked at the aesthetics of the building, and we're trying to complement what we have right now with the War Memorial and the Parker Playhouse on the other side. And now I think that we go to Ted.
Not only do we have an innovative approach, but we also have an innovative approach to the construction process as well. We understand the south lot is very critical to the city, and we have a proposed plan to deliver that during the interim agreement, and we'll have a 4D video showing that. We have an overall construction duration of 11 months. That's going to be about 9 months to build the parking garage, with an additional 2 months to build the fire station. On a 4D schedule that you see here, on the left-hand side of the screen is the south lot. So we're doing most of the planning preparation right in the interim agreement. So we have a 2 months construction schedule starting. At the same time, we're doing the foundations not only for the parking garage, but you see the foundations going in for the fire facility. You see the fire shell is already built, and we're going to be building the shell of the parking garage on the opposite side. So we're building both shells concurrently. At around month 6 and 7, the shells are complete. We're working on the interiors of both the parking garage and the fire station. The last 3 months, we'll be doing all the finishes on the inside as well as the outside, and we're turning the project over in month 11. And at month 11, we're not only in the life-saving business and the parking business, but we also have the option for the vertiports.
What would be, Cody, what would be the total cost for fire station plus 1,000 parking spot garage?
Our total cost for the 1,000 spaces for parking, you don't want the surface lot?
Yeah, you can include it or. Yeah.
Okay, so that total cost across the board is $34,120 without the fire station, and with the fire station is $42,375,500.
$42 million for fire station, 1,000 spaces and surface lot. Great. And is a surface lot using the semi-permeable?
Correct. We factored in being able to use a semi-permeable. There would be a cost savings if you went with traditional asphalt, but we wanted to make sure that the sustainability goal was already addressed in there.
Okay, great. So, Mayor, just so I'm tracking, so that's $42 million total for what I'm hearing on this project. The previous project, again, if Raquel, it was $38 million plus $2.2 million for the surface lot, or was I don't think
No, I think the surface lot was included.
In the
38 million. Okay.
And I just want to clarify
Yep.
because it was mentioned earlier, but the information and the specificities on the inclusion of the fire station, the cost, the schedule, the square footage, staff did not have that information available to us, nor did PFM, so it wasn't included in the package that you have. So we are learning today a little bit more about those details. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
And so we'd also just talked about how we have parking advisors. If the city would choose to do the O&M, you would need parking advisors if you wanted an operations and maintenance partner. Parking advisors is the #1 parking asset manager in the nation, which allowed us to provide a 1-year parking pro forma with different abilities to generate revenue in the garage. So that's one of the values that you'll get from having a partner like parking advisors, of being able to capitalize on that space if you so choose to help offset your cost that's in there. But ultimately, it's our job and our finances team's job to give you the best information that we can with real-time market data so that you can make the best decisions that fit best for the city, that staff is able to work with us as well to be able to come up with those options so that you guys can make the best decisions.
All right, since we're running a little short on time, I'll just go quickly with respect to our financial structure and capacity. Vince will go into a few more details, but I just want to call your attention to the bar charts. What that represents is essentially the payment structure that goes along with the P3. And one of the beauties of a P3 model is the predictability, the fixed nature, right? The traditional model at the bottom.
But can you borrow money for less cost than the city?
We can borrow money very close to what you do.
Really?
It's typically about 1 to 2 notches off, which is maybe a half a basis point.
What is a notch?
About a half a basis point.
So, but in the end, it would still be cheaper for the city to borrow its own money.
It's always cheaper to put general.
10 cents. It's still better for the taxpayer.
It depends on if you do general obligation or not. If you don't put general obligation behind it, then we could be the same, actually.
Okay.
We borrowed the same before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've only got a minute left, and we didn't really talk about the vertiport much, but the value that brings is the potential revenue generation. The cost of actually constructing the vertiport would be bared by our team. We would be the ones spending that money. At the end of the 35-year period of the loans, the city would own that asset. They would own the vertiport, that they never had to pay the $10+ million that'll go into building that top deck, as well as every year the vertiport by Atlantic will be making a lease payment to the city, helping to offset the cost that you would be making to pay on that loan that was taken out. You would be generating that revenue and not having to charge for parking, or it could be an option that's in there. But ultimately, you're gaining a $10+ million asset at the end of the lifetime of that loan.
But aren't we losing parking spaces by putting a vertiport up there?
No, you're not. So that top deck is completely separate. You still have the 1,000 spaces below.
So if we were to eliminate the vertiport, we could add another 250 spaces?
Yes, but we can ultimately add 6 floors of parking if you wanted to add additional spaces.
But I'm saying at the structure that you've priced out right now, if we put parking on the roof, that would add another couple hundred spaces to the total amount of capacity?
Yes, it could.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, interesting. Well, it will also add income to the city too.
For the vertiport or for the
for the extra parking.
If you're charging for parking, yes.
So whether we get the income from the vertiport or the income from the parking, is still more income to the city.
As long as the parking garage is full and fully utilized.
Correct.
So you would have to be to that top deck of 1,200 spaces being full all the time to gain the same
You
value.
see, the reason why, I just me speaking, but the reason why I didn't want you to really get into that part of it, because we haven't really discussed, the viability of having a vertiport there. So we've talked about it, we've thought about it, but we haven't really had a policy conclusion on that. So I didn't want you to feel like you had to dwell on that just yet.
Sure. But Mayor, with all due respect, I want to see the video. I want to. It's part of the proposal, and I know that in attending the neighborhood association meetings, Flagler Village and Victoria Park, there was a real level of excitement from the neighbors about that concept. I think it is part of the proposal. I
know it's part of the proposal.
I want to see the video.
I don't know if we can see the video. They were having problems with this.
So, could watch the video. Unfortunately, the piece of audio hardware, as it started, went out, and it's not coming back. So
right, that's what I'm saying.
We can watch the video. It's just not going to have the sound to it.
Well, I'm fine with seeing the video without the sound. What's the sound going to be? Is it narrated, or maybe someone could narrate it as we're watching?
We could try.
I'll try to remember what I saw when I went to the neighborhood association meetings, and I'll narrate it.
Why don't you go, the whirring engine?
Yeah, actually, they don't make noise. Let's
Just like a
let's go to
Tesla,
the video.
They don't make any noise.
Let's go to the video.
Mayor, while we're doing that,
Well, you might as well be filler. 'Cause they can't hear
while
anything.
we're doing that, one of the things I really do want to talk about, and you mentioned it, and at some point I want to get into this conversation. So I just want to be on the record as saying I don't believe we should ever be charging to park at a park. This is one of the few things that our residents can do that's no cost. You can bring a family to the park. They can engage in recreation. Almost everything we do down here has a cost to it. And this is one of the few things that I think families can bring children to, let them get out there, let them run around in the fresh air. We're always talking in this country about how our kids are suffering from an epidemic of obesity. We want them to be outdoors. We want them running, playing, doing things. And I think charging to park at a park just sends the wrong message. So I would personally encourage us to back away from any revenue-generating aspect that involves folks paying to come to a park for recreation. It's one thing when we're talking about charging for people going to the Performing Arts Center, the Parker experiences, that's great. If people are paying to go to War Memorial, that's great, have at it. But I think if people want to come and utilize a park, if they want to go walk, if they want to just go play pickleball or do any of the other things at the park, I don't think we should be making it more costly for them to be able to do that. And I think this is a good time for us to be talking about that if revenue generating is a component of how we're paying for this.
Well, I don't even know if any of these proposals talk about that. I think that's a policy decision that we ultimately will have to make.
No, I know you mentioned taking the top floor instead of the vertiport and charging for parking up there. That's why I thought it was timely to introduce the concept that I'm opposed to paying for.
Oh, for that. Okay. But to the extent that we might charge for people who are attending a performance that either at the War Memorial or at Parker.
So Parker keeps the revenue under their lease? So when we've got parking at that, because we've got to provide them with 650, I think, roughly spaces at it.
600.
600, thank you. So, and under the terms of that lease, if I remember correctly from when I used to attend all those meetings, they keep the revenue. It's part of how they're paying for the $30 million plus that they invested in the renovation of Parker Playhouse. So I don't think we get to keep any of that. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
Mayor,
I don't know the answer to that.
And Vice Mayor, I believe that we provide access to the spaces, but I don't know that we are required to provide the revenue to the Parker for those spaces. I
think that's part of the agreement.
All right, well, let's
so we can go back and look at it.
Instead of speculating, at some point, let's just bring that back, and we can make an educated decision. Yeah. All right. So, do you have any conclusion to your remarks? Since we can't see or hear anything.
No, we can see.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, so as you're going to see here, these are the air taxis, eVTOLs, electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles that we're referring to when we talk about vertiports on the top deck. These are
to and through cities and
I hear the
communities.
sound.
We are developing critical infrastructure for advanced air mobility. Imagine avoiding rush hour traffic by taking a short flight across town, or a quick trip between nearby cities on a safe, whisper-quiet, and emission-free aircraft. That imagined future is becoming a reality. It's due to the combination of two advancements: eVTOLs, or electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, and vertiports, the infrastructure where these innovative aircraft will operate into and out of. eVTOLs are electric aircraft that can take off and land without a runway, quietly propelled by electric propulsion. These aircraft will substantially cut travel times, enable emission-free movements, and create more connected communities. Vertiports will safely allow these nimble electric aircraft to operate in diverse environments, including traditional aviation facilities and non-traditional off-airport sites in city centers, urban and suburban environments, bypassing congestion and safely speeding people to their destination. Vertiport networks will also serve as gateways that connect communities with employment, education, medical care, recreation, and travel opportunities that would otherwise be inconvenient or inaccessible without advanced air mobility. We at Vertiports by Atlantic, backed by our parent Atlantic Aviation, are poised to deliver the agnostic infrastructure that will transform the promise of advanced air mobility into a reality. Atlantic Aviation has a 95-year operating legacy, an unprecedented safety record, and a network of over 100 general aviation fixed-based operations strategically located across key markets. In short, no one is better positioned to deliver this next chapter in mobility. Our Vertiport leadership team has more than 200 years of combined experience in mobility, having served in senior leadership roles across aviation, aerospace, transit, real estate, land use, and government. Utilizing big mobility data and proprietary modeling, and working closely with federal, state, and local officials, we are uniquely positioned to site, develop, and operate vertiports that will maximize first and last mile connectivity for passengers while seamlessly integrating into the fabric of the community. The future of advanced air mobility is on the immediate horizon. eVTOLs are currently undergoing certification, and we are developing locations primed to accommodate these aircraft. With our vision and expertise, we are enabling a new form of transportation, connecting regions, cities, and communities like never before. Join us in building a better future at Vertiports by Atlantic, where innovation lands.
Okay, very good.
Mayor, if I could just make one closing remark, 'cause
Yes,
I didn't have a
please.
chance to do that. Ultimately, whether you choose to go with the vertiport, you choose to opt out of the vertiport, you choose to go with a fire station, without a fire station, our team's proposing to have the quickest schedule of being able to deliver that fire station in 12 months. If you would like to do the south surface lot, we're able to do that once we get into the interim agreement, not the comprehensive, which is going to take some time to get to a general or a GMP, but being able to deliver that south surface lot as fast as possible so that the people that are going to be attending the holiday park will have that south surface lot and turn that over prior to getting to the actual construction of the garage, so that logistics issue that Ben Rogers was talking about, we'll be able to get that south lot open before we've even started construction on the new garage, which will allow for the park to have a 300 space lot so that they're not hurt during that transition period of both lots being under construction.
Okay, all right, very good. Anyone have any questions? All right, very good. Thank you so much, folks. We'll take a 5-minute break so we can transition.
Mayor, okay, never mind. But we
the a lot more time on this commission.
It's okay. But
the first item on the conference.
No.
No, won't be.
To the next meeting.
Do we need a motion or no?
We don't need a motion.
Okay.
We'll need a motion tonight,
Yes.
but not now.
Okay.
All right? Okay. You know, yeah, I know you will. Okay. 20 minutes. Commissioner folks, can we kind of keep it down a little bit? Okay. Commissioner Glassman has wanted a root. Is he here?
Dan, when we come back at the end and have final questions and stuff, let's keep moving.
Okay.
Thank you, though, Mayor.
All
Thank
right,
you.
you're
But
welcome.
I did want to ask him some questions after. Thank you.
Okay. Park Place.
Good afternoon. Agenda, some introduction for team members today. We're not going to go through the come up and talk.
Thank you. Ray Garfield with Garfield Public Private. We're really pleased to be working with this great team, to be invited to join it. We've been doing public-private developments now since 1997, about $2.5 billion. Every one of those has involved parking garages for the infrastructure that we develop, whether it's a standalone parking garage like this, perhaps with a fire station, or whether it's garages that support convention centers, performing arts centers, et cetera. So pleased to be here.
Along with Ray, we have Morgan Stanley, who is here, who's probably the #1 financial expert that comes and does P3s with us. Walker Consultants, who is our parking garage expert. Stratus, who is our design team, as well as Craven and Thompson, who assisted us with the landscaping, the landscape architects, and the civil engineering. Here's some of our team members. You're going to hear from a lot of them today. But we are community. What does that mean? Well, I can tell you what that means to me is that born and raised in Fort Lauderdale. I'm going to be at Holiday Park at 6:30 tonight, maybe, for soccer practice. I was there Saturday for soccer games. You're going to see a lot of the experience that we have is specifically in Holiday Park. For whatever reason, we have a lot of experience in the last 5 years, and we know this site. We're going to talk a little bit about that as well. The delivery methodology that we're talking about is the P3, which is a great methodology for the city to determine. It speeds up your process, I think I heard, by maybe 2 or 3 years today, which is great. Ray is going to talk a little bit about the single source of responsibility and being the developer.
Yes, and we, as I said, have been in this now for a number of years, and are pleased to serve as a single source of responsibility with this team, with Gulf and with the other great partners that we've got. Certainly when you look at the schedule, the cost and guarantees, you're looking at a super general construction firm. But, we've helped bring in Morgan Stanley. We certainly can help address the operational issues if the city decides it wants a third party, and if not, it can operate it very well itself.
Meryl is going to come up and talk a little bit about the design and what her thoughts are.
Hi, I'm Meryl Romanek from what used to be Sinilofsky Romanek SIA, which has now been rebranded as Stratus. We're local. We've been here 36, 37 years. When we looked at the garage, we know that there has been a tremendous amount of growth and building initiatives here on the campus between the Parker, which the folks at Gulf did, the War Memorial and the investments made there with the Panthers, and now the YMCA, which is also developed by Siskovich, which is now also a Stratus brand partner. So we're delighted to be here. The garage, not to have it outshine the neighboring facilities. To the contrary, we wanted to keep it simple and elegant and really engaged with nature. The idea was that it would be blend right into the park and not stick out too evidently, and make it a really casual stroll from the garage. We really looked at it as a place that you could stroll from the War Memorial into the garage, the Parker and out, and really feel like you were still in a park. We enhanced the landscaping around the perimeter, and we added buffers using the existing trees, and we added mounds so that there's safety and security for the folks to traverse, and layers of landscaping. We also added landscape treatments and textures to the garage to help break up the massing. We have breeze block at the base, which allows for the breezes to continue that we all enjoy here in South Florida to continue to flow through the garage and keep it as cool as we possibly can. Adds texture to the facade. We also introduced aluminum fins that help break up the massing and the planters. The planters are filled with artificial material, but it also, we decided to use those there because you won't be able to necessarily touch them in their position, but they add more greenery and allowed for the garage to fade into the scenery. Next slide, you can see the berm on the right, and I'm going to let Mark talk about kind of the access and the egress. We didn't look at it like we were just placing a garage. We wanted to make sure the garage placement made a lot of sense for the traffic flow, and he's going to fill you in on that.
Great. Thanks. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Mark Santos with Walker Consultants, also based here in Fort Lauderdale. For my 25-year career dedicated to parking, there's a few things that we look at with parking structures. The first being, we understand, as Meryl mentioned, this project is integrated into this community. That is not, something that is going to be a site impact. So what we ended up doing was actually looking at the whole campus in its entirety, including the Parker and the YMCA, of course. We also are looking at flexibility, looking at the difference between demand parking, event parking, and public parking, and we have some options we'd like to share with you. Additionally, we want to make sure we have adequate access. As you know, you've probably been in parking facilities where it's a gridlock or it's a bottleneck. The flow and functionality that we've designed here really helps alleviate a lot of that congestion. A few things when we design parking structures, we do want to be user-friendly. We want to make sure it's safe and secure. And we also want to make sure it has an efficient layout. I will say, being with Walker Consultants, maybe one thing that sets us apart is we have a full knowledge of the parking life cycle. We plan garages, we design garages, and maybe most importantly, we also restore garages, so we understand the operational impacts and long-term durability effects. So a few things about the program itself. This is a great shot. We are looking north, and a few things that we've incorporated with flexibility with regards to the Parker here specifically. So at the bottom left, you were looking at a curb cut for rideshare, for pickup and drop-off. The valet pickup and drop-off is to the left underneath the portico share, which is existing. What is hard to see is the valet will actually create a clockwise loop around the Parker. And in the far image down that straight drive lane will be where the vehicles enter into the parking garage for valet. Nice and quick turnarounds, a lot of right-hand turns. In another image, you'll see down the line, but on the right-hand side.
Stop right there.
Yes.
So the valet, so right now the valet is in front of the Parker. You're saying you would valet inside the garage itself?
So the valet, the people getting picked up and dropped off would still occur right under the porte-cochere.
Okay.
But the storage of the vehicles, and sorry for not being clear, would happen inside the ground floor of the
All right.
the parking garage.
Okay, thank
So
you.
kind of quick in and out. Thank you for the clarification. And then it's kind of hard to see, and there's a better image, but on the right-hand side, kind of behind those trees, we have a separate entry-exit for vehicles, for those not using valet, but would go to the upper levels for parking for the parker. One of the critical things we want to mention here is this is a great shot looking east, and when we talked about that integration, you can see that significant setback. You can see the connectivity. One of the things that we looked at as a design firm was having the garage be visible but not overwhelming, and we think that's one of the key components here that we're looking at. And this is another shot that's it's a little bit hard to see as well, but this is the south elevation where that gray car is. If I'm going to the parker and I decide not to use valet, I would use this dedicated entrance and immediately go up a ramp to dedicated parking spaces for the parker within the middle bay and the western bay, which is obviously close to the parker. So in summary, we are looking at a 1,000-space garage on 5 levels. As I mentioned, from our background of the parking and structural side, we're very familiar with the precast system of different manufacturers, and again, really, really understanding that durability component. The flexibility we'll talk about a little bit more because I think this parking structure has great design considerations to account for both the event side of things and the daily side of things.
And if you look at the site plan and the handout, the fire station is actually placed on the north end of the garage. It is a 2-bay fire station with 7 bunk rooms identified, and we even included a floor plan so you could get a sense of the space. They will egress out the northwest corner of the garage, loop around the back of the parker, and end up on 9th. There's a traffic signal on 9th, so the firefighters can easily go north or south and not have to traverse the park if there isn't a call in the park, right? So that makes it more convenient for folks. You don't have the sirens, you don't have the safety concerns of people blaring through. They hit the signal, they do their thing, and then they can go where they need to go very quickly. So it's a very clean plan. Solar option, we've added that layer into it. The goal is to use that for the power for the facility, and then we also have the 300 surface parking lots.
And this is just a brief summary of the schedule itself. So we're looking just in totality, 8 months for comprehensive design and entitlements, concurrent with 12-month construction for a total of 20 months. And with the concurrencies, you can see we're anticipating an overlap of permit activities for about 4 months.
And just our cost drivers and our decision makers really is our goal was to make it very park centric. We didn't want to lose it as an amenity to the public. There's a lot of development going on around us. We want the park to remain that oasis where people can go see greenery, can walk and stroll casually. And we also wanted to have enhancements to the facades that felt natural, subtle, and solved the problem so it didn't look like a massive garage. We broke up the massing very nicely so that it would do that for you.
And just to wrap up here, just to help reinforce what we look at as a parking designer and a structural engineer. So at the bottom left, what we ultimately have are 2 ramps within the parking facility.
Wait, you want to change your slide? There's no bottom left here.
I'm sorry, the bottom left box.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I'm so sorry. Yep, still the same slide. So when we look at parking structures, we want to make sure there's enough flow and capacity. So we are recommending 2 ramps for this facility. That will definitely help alleviate with any kind of bottleneck with flow. But at the same time, in the future for operations and maintenance, God forbid a car were to break down, and we know maintaining is a key item for the structure and for the city, gives a lot of flexibility within the facility itself. The second thing at the bottom right is we do have multiple entrances to this facility for valet, for the parker, for the public, again, helping alleviate and allowing a great functional design so people have a great experience coming to Holiday Park.
A couple of things, just a clarification. On page 3 of your handout is the full site plan if you would like to look at it. One of the main things that I think is so important on this project is that the city is obligated to provide 600 spaces to the parker 2 hours before, 2 hours after. How are you going to do that if you don't have segregated entrances for the parker, for valet, and for the public? Someone's going to come in through the Nutcracker next week, and they're going to say, the whole garage is full and I can't park anywhere because there's no dedicated entrances. This is a thoughtful design that Walker did because they knew about the city and they know about the requirements from the leasehold entrance. Quickly, we're going to talk to JW. Come on and talk about the financing. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager. Thank you all. We appreciate being here. It's J.W. Howard with Morgan Stanley. When we've been involved with the city over the years, and we clearly understand what the mission is on the financing. It's really going to be a city-controlled financing. And what I want you to come away with is that Morgan Stanley wanted to be part of this process to express our commitment to the city. We've had the pleasure of working with you in the past. And what we're going to offer you today is fully consistent with the city's control, full transparency, as well as, our commitment to purchase the debt directly that you will issue. We'll work with your city, your staff, because we have a mandate at Morgan Stanley. We need to invest in the communities we serve. And so what we're offering, and not sure you've heard this from any of the proposers, but we're offering to buy the direct purchase of the bonds onto our portfolio for our investment. And we think that saves time, effort with your staff, who is going to be very busy with many of the projects that you're looking at. And so this is a matter of expediency, convenience, and full transparency as it comes to cost. Couple things, just looking at the slide, since 2020, we've invested over $9.7 billion in the communities we serve. And that represents, our lending effort, which mirrors a traditional bond issue, has full pricing transparency for you. You can go back to the other slide if that's okay. And structuring flexibility. So we cover all that, and we work with your staff and your city financial advisor to get to an acceptable financing. And we've done this in South Florida, and we've done this with issuers throughout the country. So we're able to purchase the entire transaction. Whatever you decide to end up financing, we're prepared to make an offer and bring that onto our portfolio. So we think this gives you significant flexibility. A couple of the efficiencies: when you do a public offering, you have to develop a disclosure statement. You have to do a marketing period with bond investors. You don't have to do that. You don't have to prepare a disclosure statement. We buy it directly. So moving on to the next slide, we put together an illustrative example of what the financing could look like. And again, we'll work with your staff. We looked at a couple different credits that are available to you. We figured it was the parking credit at the end of the day. And so this is a representative bond structure that is, again, fully working with your staff to fine-tune it, optimize it. You control it. But we sized it to an A-level credit. We put, for example, if you want to look at some of the line items, we put capitalized interest in there to give you budget time to take you from period of construction before you have to start paying debt service. But it's whatever you all want to end up doing. Again, you have a great credit in terms of your covenant to budget and appropriate, but looks like you're going to be using that for the city hall. We modeled this. There will be based on a market index, based on a credit spread, based on our cost of capital. It's an attractive tax-exempt yield of 5.23 based on today that we write a check for. And we've had this experience with you in the past. We did a little bit different deal with Prospect Lake and your P3 there. We led that. But we've made investments throughout South Florida that we've listed in here for your review. I thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, we're just glad to be here and part of your team. Thank you, Rob.
Just so I get back, I'm sorry.
JW.
What was the anticipated interest rate on that?
All in 5.23%.
Okay. If we did a backup security pledge, would we be able to reduce that down?
Yeah, because that's based on it's based on really about an A- parking credit, right?
Right.
I'm not your financial advisor, but I could tell you what I think that I might do, but don't take this as advice. Mm-hmm. Put it on your parking credit and then wrap it with something, as you say, a backup pledge.
That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, we could,
And then you'll get a better rating, and you probably eliminate the debt service reserve fund, and next thing you know, you're really deleveraging. But it's easier to go down than up,
right?
In terms of numbers, right? So I gave you kind of the top number here.
Sure.
But to the extent you enhance the credit, the optimization, and you probably get it below a 5% at that point.
Right. So we're basically talking a single issue, private placement. You're gonna hold the paper basically for your own portfolio.
Yeah, we sign an investor letter. We're
So
sophisticated.
no official statement. So we have no registration on it. We basically skip all that. We go.
You got to
direct.
give me a CUSIP number. You're
That's
still
it, yeah.
issuing bonds.
Right.
You have to go through your deliberations. Tell me you're going to pay me back. Resolution all.
Of course we are. We're nice guys.
Yeah. But yes, you've got it correct.
Okay. All right. No, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager, Rob Gillette with Gulf Building. Just wanted to give a little information on the companies. You've heard from the individuals, you've seen us. So this is an example of what Garfield Public-Private has done. You heard from Ray Garfield. He's got 29 years, $25.5 billion worth of P3s, $2.5 billion. Gulf Building, 35 years, headquartered right down the road, South Florida. You can see the representative projects we've got, the Parker, the YMCA, fire stations, parking garages, solar arrays. Walker Parking Consultants is preeminent in the parking field. Very fortunate to have them on our team. Nobody's comparable to them. And Stratus, you heard from Merrill with SRS. Look at the projects they've been able to accomplish, but more importantly, let's talk about their history with fire stations. They've got over 55 successfully delivered fire stations. So as we talk about the incorporation of a fire station within this facility, they are the right team to help design and incorporate that. Craven Thompson is going to be doing our landscape and civil engineering. They're well known throughout South Florida, representative projects here, bring that expertise to Holiday Park for us. Operations management, we've heard the discussion with respect to do you want to hire a third-party manager or do you want to keep that yourselves? We've brought the opportunity or brought Metropolis, which was SV Plus, with us as an option. They are currently operating the concession as the parker for the parking concession. Finally, local small business community. This is an example of what we did at the LA Lee Mizell YMCA that we completed just a few years ago. What do? We do outreach. We have the sledgehammer events. We do groundbreakings, job fairs, grand openings, and most importantly, let's look at the small business utilization. 32% small local businesses. That wasn't a contract mandate. That was something that Gulf pledges to do as part of a local business. What's our bond rating? 250 million, 500 million single or overall capacity. Our modification rates for safety, for OSHA, we're below the industry averages. And Gulf knows the site better than anybody else. We've done the Parker, we're building on YMCA, we're building the Broward Health freestanding emergency department, and we want to add this parking garage into it. This is an example of what parking looks today, or used to look like, with all of the cars, 282 on the west side, 185 on the east side, but the east side is no longer available to us. So we've got to come with a solution.
Whew. All right, that was a lot. Hopefully you have some questions for us because there's a lot to talk about, which we haven't really gotten to, but here's an overall shot of the parking garage. It talks about everything that we've done. We think that we've checked every box that the commission has asked for. We think we've integrated it. I know that there was a lot of questions early on about the reviews of the numbers and how many spaces in this, but we're here to talk about whatever you would like to ask us. At the same time, the only way you can properly evaluate, and by the way, Mayor, I'm done, so is to really do
Yes, I know you're done.
an apples to apples comparison, which is what you're going to see in front of you here. So.
All right. So you just gave us this new chart. It shows the blended cost per space is $31,000. That's including the surface space, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
So what you have in front of you, Mayor and Commissioners and Vice Mayor, is what we do every day. We have thousands and thousands of sub bids that come in on a weekly basis. We have to level them. If you don't level them, you're looking at a vacuum of a bunch of numbers that are really difficult to understand because everybody proposed something different. This was our attempt to level every proposal. So as you can see, you required 1,000 spaces and 300 surface parking garages, surface spaces. How much does each one of those cost? Well, two of the proposals were pretty close in what their costs were.
All right, we can figure that out. All right. I just want have you completed your presentation with
Yes, we've completed our presentation. So any questions you have, I'm here.
All right. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor.
Go right ahead.
Thanks, John. The leveled cost, so you're at 41 million, and that includes the fire station. Is that correct?
The 41 million is inclusive of just the garage and the spaces. So you have 985 parking spaces. However, what we did is, in order to level it, everybody has 1,000 spaces now, because if we have 985 and someone else has 600, how do you know how much that cost is, their total all-in cost? That's what we did. So everybody on this bottom box has 1,000 in the garage and 300 surface. No fire station, no solar.
Okay, so what's your total cost for fire station? Plus 1,000, plus 300.
The fire station is at $8.8 million.
So 8.8. Yep. Okay, so 49 million total. Okay. Thank you.
Well, while you're doing that, Commissioner Sorensen, so, when we were building fire stations, freestanding ones, and I'm going back a few years, we were originally at like $5 million a station, and obviously construction costs have gone up substantially. But I would have thought that being part of a larger structure would have offset that to some extent. So I'm surprised that we're looking at $8 million on a fire station. I would have thought by incorporating it into an existing structure that we'd be able to get down towards that $5 million, which was our freestanding number from, say, 10 years ago.
Right.
So help me understand.
It's a good question, because you would think you got to use the same roof and the same walls. Well,
Yeah.
we're actually building a fire station with a roof and walls inside the garage.
It's not just like putting up interior walls.
Unfortunately,
inside.
no.
You got a floor, you got a ceiling, you got
because the
engineering, you got foundations, and
no,
everything
because
else.
Chief Golan would be calling me on day one saying, "I hear every car going over my head if we didn't
He
build a
doesn't
roof."
mind that. They don't
So
sleep anyway.
We want to make sure that the fire department can sleep in their beds.
Have you ever slept in a fire station?
I have
You
not.
can't sleep. I have. The alarm goes off like every 20 minutes.
I'll take your word for it. But no, we have to build a box within a box.
I have no questions. No questions? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Pat, I have a question for you. So, could you come up to? You don't need to come up to the podium. So you handed us something during the break,
Right.
and you have it in front of you.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Mayor, can we let the other proposers in at this point?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Let me wait till they come in here. Let me wait till they come in.
Well, they're coming in. John, one of the things I've asked other folks is, so I'm interested in something that's semi-permeable for the surface lot, a material that allows water to percolate.
Sure.
Familiar with stuff like that?
Sure.
Right. What would be the added cost for that material?
For permeable asphalt or for permeable concrete? Big difference.
Whichever is cheaper.
Permeable asphalt, and we probably wouldn't do that because it ravels up.
Okay.
And it's not a
it's not very durable.
Not a long-term
Okay.
durability.
And concrete.
Yeah. Concrete would be a substantial increase because you're
Okay.
pouring a concrete slab out there.
Okay.
But it's permeable.
Are you familiar with these, like, kind of, we have, in the City Hall garage, we have, like, pavers that...
Yeah. Paver blocks. Yes.
Yeah, paver blocks that allow for percolation.
Yes. We would not recommend that either. For that, we'll just
Okay.
put new grass down and use a different type of system for that.
Okay. Okay, so no cost estimate right now?
No, I mean, I could certainly
Okay.
give you one, but
Okay.
we don't have one right now.
Okay, thanks.
Are they coming in, or did we interrupt happy hour? I'm not sure.
They're trickling in, Mayor.
Okay.
There's an army.
Hi, Rita. Yeah, okay, we're going to get started. Okay, so Pat, I'm going to put aside everyone else's summations of costs and so forth, that I'm just going to rely on you. Okay. I feel you're more objective. Okay. Okay. So for G3, you have the cost of the standalone garage, and you come up with a total of $38 million. And that $38 million, I assume, does not include the fire station, correct?
It does.
It does.
It includes the fire station.
And the surface lot.
And the garage. All three
Okay,
pieces.
so each one includes the fire station and the south parking lot, correct?
For G3.
For G3.
Yeah.
That's $38 million total, all in.
Right.
Okay. Moving over to Holiday Park, does that include the fire station and the south parking lot?
It does not include the fire station, but it includes the surface lot and the garage.
And the garage, correct. So the fire station would be additional. So we're saying we're talking $10 million.
Mayor, yes, they said Holiday Park said 42 million total.
They're at 42 million.
42
total.
million
Okay.
total.
So let me put that down.
Yep.
Holiday Park.
42.
Holiday Park, 42 million.
Okay. And Park Place garages, you have at 52.8 million, correct?
But the original proposal that I reviewed, yes.
Okay.
But their adjustment, Mayor, is 49 million
Right.
total.
And Pat, you don't have the surface lot included for Park Place.
Correct.
So it's 49 million without the surface.
49 million with the surface.
49 million with the surface and the fire
Right.
station.
And the fire station and the garage.
Well, it was originally 52,800,000.
Right. But now it's down to 49 million.
Right. It's
What
new
brought it down?
information. Now it's
What brought it down?
I think
3
the
million?
fire station brought it down. The what? He's saying the solar.
The solar is taken off?
Oh,
Okay, so comparing apples to apples, all right, we're looking at the standalone garage of 1,000 spaces, and I'm just using round numbers, okay. The surface lot of around 300 spaces. The fire station of about 10,000 square feet. And each one of those components are included in your summary here. Is that correct?
right.
yeah.
And G3 came in at 38 million. Holiday Park came in at 42 million, and Park Place came in at 49 million. Am I understanding these numbers correctly?
Well, on the Holiday Park parking, are you looking at the grand total for the standalone and the surface lot information that they gave us without the fire?
And plus the fire.
Well, so we're adding in the fire now. That
Yes,
wasn't
I want to
originally-
add
Okay.
apples to apples.
Okay. So
All
you're
right. So it was 33.5, and Commissioner Sorensen said if you add the fire station, it came to 42 million.
okay. Okay. I'm with you.
Mayor, could I just clarify
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
something? If you're doing apples to apples, on Pat's sheet, are we looking at 600 garage spaces as opposed to the 1,000 that you mentioned?
Yes, yes, you are. Because it originally it's, G3 is 1,000 spaces, Holiday Park is 600, and then Park Place Garage was 985.
Right, but
For
I
the
believe
garage.
Holiday Park said they were able to provide 1,000
they
spaces.
could.
Right, for that same price.
Yes.
No, about that.
Right, Corey? Please clarify this. I just need to know what we're dealing with here.
BOGO.
Sure, I'm pulling up the cost. Give me 1 second. Can you repeat the question just to make sure I give you an
So
accurate answer?
your cost of for the standalone, I want to know how many spaces you're providing in the standalone parking garage, and at what cost does that come to?
Sure. To clarify that number, I have the per space.
I don't need the per space. I want the total amount of spaces you're providing and the total cost.
2 seconds.
Pat, while he's adding it up, I'm looking at what you have for surface lot. Like for G3, you have 300 times 7,333 for
Yeah.
2,199 and change.
Right.
For Holiday Park, you have 300.
For Holiday Park?
Why? How could their surface lot be over 11 million when the surface lot for the others are 2 million?
They use the the per space as the same as the garage at 37,222.
Yeah, this doesn't make sense. Cody, what's your total for everything all in?
Everything all in, including the fire station?
Answer my question.
Sure. 31,500,000 for just the garage by itself for 1,000 spaces.
31 million.
31.5 million for a 1,000 space parking garage.
Okay, so it's 31 million, and then for the surface lot, it's another 11 million.
Can't be. No.
300.
That doesn't make sense.
No, that's why I asked Pat.
Okay.
This numbers doesn't make sense.
Well, on the schedule, it was originally 600 parking spaces for the garage at $37,222, and then the surface lot was 300 quantity of spaces at the same $37,222.
Doesn't make sense.
Which
So
comes out.
that's an inaccurate
Yeah, that's
statement.
asphalt versus building.
Mayor, can I make a suggestion?
Well, wait.
What's your total for the surface lot?
1.7 million.
1.7
million for the 300
For
spaces?
the 300 spaces, correct.
Okay. And fire station?
Hold on. So 31,500,000
Right.
for the parking garage, 1,000 spaces, and then 1,700,000 for the surface lot
Right.
for 300 spaces, right? So that comes to 33,200,000.
Correct.
Now here it says 33,500,000. So we're close. All right.
Well, Mayor, you didn't add in the fire station.
I'm not there yet.
Okay, good. Well, you gave the total, so I thought you were there.
Read along what you read.
I'm reading ahead of you. Go ahead.
Okay, so for the standalone and the surface lot, we're at 33,499,000. Then you would add the fire station, which came to approximately 42 million, according to Ben Sorensen. So that's how those numbers add up. So you're at 42 million with 1,000 spaces. G3 is at 38 million with 1,000 spaces, and Park Place is at 49 million with 1,000 spaces, and that includes the 300 spaces for the surface lot and the fire station. Is everyone on the same page?
Page
All right.
1.
Okay. Now, do you have questions? You're good? Okay.
All good.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify the surface lot for the Holiday Park. What is it? Not the same unit price for the garage?
No,
that's all I
no,
said.
no. The unit price for the surface lot would be a lot less because you're not building anything. You're just
Well, but that's the price that is in the proposal.
well, and we're clarifying it
Okay.
now.
Okay.
We're clarifying it now, which is there was confusion.
Okay.
And that's why I asked Cody to come up here and clarify that. Okay.
Okay.
Because for most of them, the surface lot was like 7,000 a spot.
Right.
As opposed to the 30.
7,333.
Right. So we're seeing a delta here between G3 and Park Place of about $11 million. And then we see Holiday Park somewhere in between. And that I just want to make sure that we're all looking at the same numbers as we start to make our decision, okay? All right. All right. Now, any members of the commission, do you have any questions of Ben Rogers, who's sitting there patiently and quietly?
As always.
Poker face.
Mayor,
yes.
I have a thought, not as much a question for Ben, but so I think I've gotten good information. The numbers, some of these numbers have changed. We've had some corrections. So I think to make an ultimate decision, I think we need more time. I think PFM should analyze the updated numbers.
I think our city auditor should provide, updated analysis. So I'd suggest that we vote on this in January, given all of the changes we're seeing, so that we can fully look through the numbers, make sure they're accurate, spend time with neighbors to educate them so that we're all fully informed and have time for feedback and discussion.
Well, I was hoping we were going to make a decision tonight, but
I'm ready to go tonight, actually. This is started in March. It's already now December, so I'm okay with moving forward like we told the public.
all right, what do you think, Pam? What are your thoughts?
I am leaning in the direction of Ben because there's a lot of changes that we're looking at tonight, and then be able to bring that back before our neighbors and let them understand and get clarity. Just the transparency of it. That's my goal is always to make sure as many as our neighbors are aware of what we're looking at. To me, this is like what we talked about often. We post the agenda, and then we come in with changes at the last minute. So with this new information, I believe that our neighbors should have the opportunity to also digest it. So I prefer to defer it.
Vice Mayor, what are your thoughts?
I would agree with that. I think we've got too many numbers being bandied about on the fly, back of envelope kind of stuff, and I would like to have one solid, concrete set of numbers that all say the same thing, that incorporate the same aspects that we can look at and evaluate, and that our residents can also look at. So I don't mind waiting a little bit longer. I think to the point, we put $7 million in the parks bond, back in 2018? So we've been at this for a long time. I don't mind waiting until the next meeting to wrap it up. But I hate when we are asking folks to stand at the podium and start adding up numbers for us and committing to something and run the potential of, maybe I did it wrong because I was doing it on the fly, and then we got to walk it back. I would rather just have one comprehensive set of numbers that are normalized so that we're looking at the same things across the board.
Okay, well, I will say this. What you're all saying makes a lot of sense. I think that the numbers will again change now that everybody knows what everybody else is proposing and all the details. And that might be for the better of the city.
So maybe it's the best and final then, yeah.
Yeah. But we're not going to take any more public comment. There's one person who signed up to speak, Gary Olson. Gary, are you here? Gary? Okay. So he was the only person that signed up to speak. And so we're not going to, it will not be a conference item next time. It'll be an agenda item on the evening, so that we'll just vote based on a backup that we'll receive from staff, and then we'll go forward with that. Please.
So if I could just ask, are we re-engaging PFM then to again go through all of this information for us, what we've heard today, new information, handouts that we've received? I just am asking because I have noticed, and I brought this up today, that I've noticed some inconsistencies that Ben had to clarify for PFM from the city side. I just want everyone to be on the same page. I'm just a little disappointed that we didn't seem to be on the same page today, that we were getting different reports and different presentations. And
what would you like to see?
I'm asking if PFM is going to be re-engaged, and if they are, I just want to make sure that somehow we're working with them to make sure that everyone is working from the same numbers, the same page, the same data, because I didn't feel that today.
Understood,
If not,
Commissioner,
I apologize. If not, I also think we could have the auditor's office do this. I mean, this is.
I think the auditor's office might be sufficient.
Right.
I think Pat put this together.
I'd put a lot of reliance into Pat. Pat, is this something you feel comfortable going through all these numbers and standardizing them? And
yeah, we can definitely do that. Again, what I was trying to do here was quickly kind of get as close to what all the pieces are, because some of them didn't have the fire, some didn't have.
We appreciate that.
No,
okay. Now you know
right. I don't want you, but I don't want you quickly doing anything. I want you to take your time and put together a comprehensive analysis.
I mean, what I could do is go through the numbers again. I don't know if you still would want PFM to do more in depth into some other areas, like we had the reference letters, but we really didn't get the financials on this at all. So I don't know how deep you want to go into that.
Right now, I think the commission is just looking for some clarity and some finality on actual numbers. Okay. Right, and I think, look, all three of these applicants are very well qualified. They all have a good history. They're all experienced. They're local. They all come in with something. Each one has something that the other one doesn't. So I just think that, we are blessed to know that there are three very qualified people, entities who have come forward and looking to build this parking garage for us. As the vice mayor said, we've been working on this for how many decades?
Yeah.
But I don't want to be, delaying this any more than we have to. But because we've been, there's been a lot of difficulty in trying to arrive at concrete numbers. I think one more meeting, since this is not a time certain kind of thing, but we do want to get this going. I will say this: when we were first told it was going to take 4 years to build a parking garage, it kind of startled us, and now we're hearing it's going to take less than a year. So, once we give the permit. So, I'm very, very happy to know that. So why don't we just defer it to the first meeting in January, and then Pat, if you can get back to us with
the breakdown.
Okay, I just have one question about that with the schedule, because now we're also deferring Las Olas Mobility, right?
Yeah.
I was expecting
But that's a conference agenda item. This is an evening item.
I understand. I just want to make sure, because there were also two items that I was expecting from my district at this commission meeting that are not happening: the New River Trading Post and also ISHOF, International Swimming Hall of Fame project. So are they also coming on January 6th? In other words, are we going to have a repeat on January 6th of this backlog? I'm just a little concerned. Is ISHOF and New River Trading Post coming evening of January 6th?
That's the intent. So evening meeting, not conference.
So we're going to have those two. Plus, we're going to have Las Olas Mobility. Plus.
Well, Las Olas Mobility is going to be an afternoon item.
And then night.
Yeah, but all the discussion will have taken place already. So that would not interfere with the longevity of the evening meeting.
Okay. I'm glad you're confident. And then we're going to have
Leave
to
it to me. Leave it to me.
I'm so comfortable now.
Okay.
And then we're going to have to also do Las Olas. What was the other one we deferred today? Oh, this.
And New River Trading Post.
New River, Las Olas. I think I'm still leaving one out. No?
ISHOF.
All of that is going to be at night.
Yeah, but ISHOF we've discussed ad nauseum. I think we kind of know where we want to go with that. So.
Okay, well, I thought we discussed this ad nauseum as well. But
No, it's the first.
I'm just clearing the deck and making sure everyone knows.
Okay, the deck is cleared.
On January 6th. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
So that when we find ourselves in the same situation on January 6th, saying, why is there so much on the agenda? At least we've had this discussion.
Okay.
And if I could clear the deck on what was referenced earlier in terms of PFM and its analysis, we provided the information that was provided to us. Some of that information has been clarified just today, and some of the information was clarified prior to the meeting, which is why we provided that letter to the commission and why there may have seemed to be a discrepancy. So as we've seen, various proposers have modified their proposals, whether verbally or in writing. And so I just want to be clear that we've tried to provide as much accurate information as possible in advance.
Okay, let's move on.
Mayor, could I just, one last thing
Okay.
to kind of put a final point on this? So can we agree that, just to make it easier for everybody, can we agree that we'll price this out based on 1,000 space garage, 300 spaces, surface lot, fire station at, and I don't care, talk to the chief, whatever square footage if he wants the fire station to be, let's have a consistent set of criteria that you're pricing out.
Totally agree with you. So it's always apples to apples.
Right.
That way.
Right.
Because we've got to
I think
mix
we're
in,
good on that.
Right.
and even the spaces right now.
Look,
so.
it's like building a McDonald's. They all look alike, okay?
Okay.
So-
Ben, did you want to say something?
I just wanted to clarify, and I think Vice Mayor beat me to it. I just want to make sure that the commission wants us to re-engage. We're not utilizing the numbers that were summarized tonight, but you want us to re-engage with each one of the proposers with a defined 4 or 5 criteria and have them give a breakdown for each of those criteria with a total number.
Correct.
And that's what we'd be bringing back to a night meeting in January.
Correct.
So you will be meeting with all three.
Yes.
I think that's really important to discuss and confirm everything so that when
Okay,
you
can
give
we-
us some sort of, excuse me, Mayor, I'm good.
I'm good.
I know.
But we're running out of time.
But I don't tell you when you need to stop talking. So I think that seriously, because I want to make sure that this happens and it happens correctly. So indulge me. Thank you.
You must have been
So,
a teacher.
I'm good. I was. So I want to make sure that we're confirming with everyone, making sure that when we get some sort of Excel spreadsheet, it's apples to apples, and we don't have this, this questioning and that we're just uncertain. So I'm just happy to hear that you're going to meet with all three to discuss and confirm. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Is there anything else that the commission would like to ask of Mr. Rogers or the city manager? Okay, so we're going to continue this meeting after the evening meeting with commission reports and the city manager's report. But right now, the city manager has requested an executive session to be held immediately following the 4:30 p.m. executive closed-door session. This session will serve as a preliminary or kickoff discussion regarding collective bargaining negotiations with the Fraternal Order of Police and the International Association of Firefighters. In the meantime, the City Commission will now privately meet to conduct discussions between the City Manager, the City Attorney, and the City Commission relative to pending litigation pursuant to Section 286.001, parentheses 8 of the Florida statutes in connection with the following matters. Paula Wren versus City of Fort Lauderdale, case number 25-004231. Present at the attorney-client session will be myself, Vice Mayor Commissioner John Herbst, Commissioner Stephen Glassman, Commissioner Pamela Beasley Pittman, Commissioner Ben Sorensen, City Manager Raquel Williams, City Attorney Sherry McCartney, Deputy City Attorney Dwayne Spence, Assistant City Attorney Robert Oldershaw, and Certified Court Reporter from Bailey Enton Court Reporting. The estimated length of the session will be about 15 minutes. Let us go to. I'm sorry. Yeah. Let's go downstairs. Let's retire to the green room. Commence at 6:15.